All right. I think we are live. If I am not mistaken. There we go. I'm not sure why YouTube isn't posting the stream here. That's odd. I'm not sure why it's not doing that. It's a very odd day, though. I'm starting the stream very late. Very late, like 2:30 late. It's pretty crazy. Oh, well. Yeah, let's post this. I think 'cause I deleted the thing yesterday. Oh, well. So... Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Thanksgiving this fine Thursday morning. Bit of an odd stream. That's all right. We've always been kind of odd in terms of hours. Just this week we've been super duper late in hours. But it's all right. It is all right. And I'm kind of excited because I have Thursday and Friday off, which means we get to be Mr. Full-Time Developer kind of this next 2 days. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun with that. And last time we were working on this whole warning thing to kind of show just where an object was before you got there. So it turns out the way I had it done last stream was actually correct. I just had to get the asset, the actual 3D model to work the way I wanted it to, but now you actually see it working where it's like, hey, you can see these red flashes ahead of where the objects are. So I think that's like kind of one part of this. I may do some more things with this, but this is definitely a good start. So, yeah, so I think we can work with this. I'm probably going to do some more things too with the shader to make the rows and stuff be more visible, and we'll do some things to make this look more more aesthetically pleasing. But for right now, even with this does do the job that I have in mind, which is, hey, this is like your warning indicator to show, hey, there's an object up ahead. You should probably get out of the way and try to react to it. Hey, what's going on, Renee? Good to see you, Renee. Hey. Yeah, man. Sorry for being quite late today on the stream. I actually wanted to go streaming much earlier today, but geez, man. I was completely wiped out yesterday. And I ended up sleeping way longer than I intended. It is what it is. Yesterday was not a great day. Not a great day. I was super exhausted the entire day, but yeah. At least right now I'm pretty well rested. And pretty well rested. Pretty energized, though I still haven't had a proper breakfast yet. But I got a little box of cereal, so I think we're just gonna feast on this for this morning before we get into anything else. I was supposed to eat something, but I actually didn't. I didn't even want it cooked, honestly. So I instead have my box of cereal right here, and that's gonna be our sustenance for the time being, and then we'll see what happens. Pardon me. But yeah, much better. So I think I want to do some other simple stuff here with this play grid shader. You hate being tired? Yeah, me too, man. Well, I hate being tired and still having to like code for like for work. It's like, great, I feel exhausted and I have to do this mentally kind of taxing task and make decisions that impact other people. So I'm not really super happy when I'm like that. Yeah, couple of that with being pinged over and over again with redundant information. I'm like, okay, buddy, you need to stop, man. You need to stop, man. We'll deal with this next week. Let me just focus on the thing I'm doing. Like the rejuvenating feeling of true rest and sustenance. Yep. 100%. So, yeah. So I think we're in a good spot to start doing stuff here. So, we have this basic shader here. We're gonna have to do some other stuff, I think. We're gonna have to... I'm trying to think about what we're gonna do here. For, I want to have the lanes be drawn out a little bit so we can have some kind of visual as to like what lane you're currently on. So we have to have some information that's going to be kind of global, I think. So we have to have, let's see, we have a sampler state. I think we're going to have like an int board height. That's going to be like the row count. And then do some stuff from there. So I think we can also do, this is going to draw the hazard, but we can also check for specific thing of like, hey, is this uv dot I dot uv, which I believe is dot y, minus minus, and then I dot 1 divided by board height. So is the distance between these two values less than, say, like a certain threshold, like 0.01f or something? If so, we're gonna just use like this color. Let's make this, I don't know, blue to be very distinct. R, no, it's G, B, RJB, and we're going to be going into our board. I think today we're going to start doing some architecture stuff, like actually build out the scriptable objects and the different engine stuff, so we can have like the basic shop structure there, and so we can start doing the thing we wanted to do. Okay, and then we have, we go here, board state, we apply, and then yeah, there's some things you want to do there that I think are important at some point. We'll do that fixing later. And then, yeah, shader, set global, intra. And it's going to be board height. And it's going to be this board. Yeah, this value there. That should be good. That should be good. Yes, we're gonna cache it. Cool. And let's see if this works. I'm gonna refresh it. It's compiling scripts. Hey, what's up, Kieran? It's good to see ya. Just chilling. Yeah, we're chilling right here, man. Afternoon for you. That's pretty nice. It is currently 2:47 a.m. for me. We're keeping some very odd hours. But hey, odd hours is how, that's how we keep the rabble out. We keep the cool regulars here. Okay, cool. It's starting now. It's like a Splatoon. Okay. So this is all blue now. Okay. So there's something clearly going on here. Maybe we got to make our little resolution a little bit more small. Also, maybe make this be like absolute value. That might be of value. Okay. Refresh. Okay. If I make this bigger, what do we look like? Okay, so the threshold is the main difference maker. And I'm not seeing the line I want to make. You're right here. What are you doing, bud? I'm making this game. Making a game. And right now I'm trying to make an outline between the rows using the shader. It's 9:47 a.m. Jeez, brother. Jeez, brother. That's a reasonable time. It's a reasonable time wherever you're at. This is not a reasonable time. I need to get my sleep schedule back to somewhat normal. So, okay. Our shader is not behaving to our liking. It's being odd. It's being very odd. So we're doing an absolute value of i.uv.y. Is it x? Maybe it's x actually. Ah, that was x. It was x. It was x. I think. Let's just change the threshold now, though. I'm only getting one line, and it's no good. That's no good. So we have our. Let's get this side. Let's say row height is going to be equal to 1 divided by board height, because board height is like the number of rows around the column, and 1 because in UV space that is the maximum value we're dealing with here. And then all we're doing is subtracting the current UV by row height and seeing if it's close. I think the issue here is that what I really want to do is do a modulo operator and then see if it's close to this. No. Let me think how we're gonna go about this. What am I trying to achieve here? I think a module is actually like what I'm trying to do. It should be x, because I think we have the value swapped here. If we exaggerate the condition more, nothing's visible. Nope. This is gonna be like, let's do the math here. What is this gonna evaluate to? Let's pretend like this is a row height of 4. So there's only 4 rows within the cylinder. So that would be like 1/4 equals 0.25. And then this value is gonna be anywhere between 0 and 1, right? So if it was like, or I don't know, 0.3. If we do the module operator on this, it should result in like a 0.05 value, and that would be less than this, 0.05. At least that's how my brain processes this, and it should be y. It should actually be y. Do I teach development? Not really. I mean, I guess kind of through the streams, but I don't do any lessons or anything. I do mentorship. I used to do mentorships, but honestly, I find myself very busy to do mentorships lately. Thank you, Polo Capone. Yeah, it is very late, Cornelius. It's very late for me, or very early, actually, technically. Either way, the time is not. The time is very odd for me. It's a very odd time frame for me. Yes, I feel like modulo should be right. And I find myself confused, confuddled even, as to why it isn't right. And why it's not even showing up, in all honesty. So it's interesting there's like this shadow being casted here. I'm not sure why that's the case. Because this is unlit, it should not be subject to any light source. So that's just kind of odd. I'm sorry, what? What happened here? Why is all my windows not where they belong? There you go. Actually, you're supposed to be there, and that's the code, and that's okay. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, this is very interesting. Harry Potter. If we do modulo, absolute value is not required. You know, we can do the fun debug thing of just returning this value. In fact, we can even do just this to see what happens. So everything is just dark. We do this. Interesting. Also, am I passing the correct value for board height? Like I named it board height. If I go into the shader, or not the shader, the script, where we set this global shader integer value, which I'm assuming this is, yeah, that's an integer. And we go into this cache shader property, board height. Yep, spelled correctly. So okay, I'm not concerned about that then. So this is purely just a shader skill issue. Purely an issue of the shader. The shader. Oh wow, Cornelius, really? Isn't that the same time zone for you? That's nutty, man. Life's good. That sounds great, man. Some Oreos. Does not sound bad at all. Negative value is better. Yeah, but we shouldn't be receiving any. If we're receiving negative value, then it wouldn't be just pure black. We'd be getting some weird things. And the UV values, the input UV values, are all going to be positive values. So my question is this row height. Let's just check to see if. Because this is the count of rows. Actually, you know what? Is this a partitioning? Is it like a float? 1 second. I wonder if it's like a float. Like, I wonder if it's a weird thing. Oh, you know what's probably happening is this is an integer. But because we're doing math with it, it's probably doing some rounding stuff, and it's always being 0. That's probably what's happening. Okay, something different. Something different. I like different. Okay. There we go. There we go. So there's our 32 rows. Yeah, it was literally just that. It was just the fact that our now 32 rows might be too much, honestly. Yeah, that might be too. Like maybe we still keep it symbolically 32 rows, but yeah, this feels like too much, man. That feels like too much for the visuals of a person. It'd have to be very faint. But we can work with this. We can work with this. Let me see how it combines. Yeah, dude, this is kind of insane, man. Can I see the background? Where's the background at? I know we have a background, like a core cylinder thing. One second, I'm trying to go back far enough until we encounter it again. I think I've been going too far forward. And I guess if we get rid of the culling, we can also see the back. But I think culling the back faces is going to be... I think if we didn't cull the back faces, this would be way too much. Yeah, here we go. Meow, 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 meow. I don't use AI. Here's the command. Has all my opinions on it. The C in CST stands for correct, obvious. Correct standard time. No, I'm not using Kinesis. This is Ergodox. Much of a coder. What language are you using? I'm using right now. I'm using HLSL. We're doing shader coding right now. But for CPU logic, we're using C#. Okay, sweet. So, but we have this working now. Now, the way this is kind of blending over is kind of but we'll work with that. We'll work with that. I know I didn't want to focus on, I really did not want to focus on aesthetics. I just want to get this game working first and then focus on this stuff later, but I gotta say there's something about making this, I just want to make this look a little bit more pretty. Okay, I just want to do something a little bit with the shaders. We have to treat ourselves a little bit before we get into the rest of the architecting of this engine stuff. I think today we're going to be doing the scriptable object things I mentioned last time. So we have this whole pipeline here before of what we're developing and how we have this that we're working on right now, and that's like in progress, and that's looking pretty good so far. And then we have like this input we're going to be handling at some point, and then we're going to be making the first level and whatnot. That's all important, and there's a lot of important things we need to do here. But I think we're also in a place where we can start implementing some of the basic core mechanics, like, hey, this whole machine configuration save system, we can do the save data there, and then like have the shop status too. We can start architecting some of the shop elements here as well in tandem to this, since they're not dependent on this. We can just kind of build it out without much restrictions. But let me go to A-Sprite. Let's just do something real quick. I want to add some texture to these sprites. Something kind of holography, I think, but still kind of noise. I still have some kind of noise to it. Let's do tiled mode on both axes. A race chrono trigger? Not really chrono trigger, just mostly just racing, man. Yeah, I do have a Discord. Here you go. Here's the Discord. Do I have any advice for people learning? Just it sounds mean, but it's honest. Like the advice is just to learn. Just learn, Google, set yourself a goal, and then start Googling everything you need to get to that goal. I feel like 90% of programming isn't even the programming itself, but it's actually learning. At least in the early days, it's learning how to get information. Because even later on, you're going to be encountering things that are very specific to your scenario, and it's important to be able to just have that skill of procuring the information that you need to do the thing you want to do. Okay, we're going to have like this white value, and thinking how we're going to go about doing this. We can do some dither noise. Dither noise. kind of do like a sinusoidal inversion, but we can do a simple scroll effect, and that will be fine, I think. What are the basics of game dev in Unity? No, considering known loop statements. I mean, that's just the basics of programming in general. But I mean, the biggest thing about Unity is composition and components. That's gonna be a big thing for you. The idea that a game object is just a container of components that you're gonna be adding stuff to. And that components can get properties from adjacent components. A lot of what you're doing is based around that idea. Unity is a compositional kind of paradigm. So most of what you're doing is centered around that. And then you have like a object hierarchy as well, but that's the very gist of like the paradigm of how you code in Unity. But even then, like, you can architect things in a variety of ways. Like, unlike engines like Unreal, Unity gives you a lot of freedom to architect your application the way you want it to have it be architected. So you can design it to do the things you kind of want to do, or make it do like even like engine level stuff. But yeah, unlike Unreal, where you have like this paradigm that you're entering into and you have to do as they say, Unity is much more adaptable to whatever kind of structure you want to implement yourself. Yeah, outside of that, there's a lot of specific things, like, I don't know. There's a lot, you can do a lot of different things, like, you have like the Unity has their own animation system, but I don't like using it. I don't like how their animation system works in general, or the limitations that it has. So I have my own animation system I use instead. That kind of behaves kind of similar to how GameMaker handles sprite and animations, and you know, I'm free to do that because Unity kind of lets you do that. I mean, honestly, most game engines you can kind of force your own type of system for that, but I find there's less friction in Unity than potentially others. And then there's like lifetimes, because model behaviors have their own specific stuff, their own specific functions that are gonna let you hook into the engine updates. Okay, let's just try this out. I'm gonna save this. We're gonna save this as player. We're gonna save this as playboard. I might use a CRT shader on this object. We'll see. T_play grid hollow. Yeah, I'm not super jazzed about this, but I think this is gonna be good enough for what we're doing. And then you know what? I think we're gonna do this programmatically. We're gonna have this be set programmatically, and so we're gonna have a level. Another thing that's pretty handy is resources. It's a very nice way of loading assets from your project into your code or whatever without having to manually drag and drop it. For someone like me who likes just staying at the keyboard and not having to use UI as much, very handy. So right now, as you see, I moved this texture into this resources folder, and it's called t_play_grid hollow. And then I can go into this script here, and I can load this texture. So I can go within here, texture 2D hollow, and I can do resources dot load. We're loading a texture 2D. Oh yeah, if you don't know about generics, learn about generics. It's gonna be, it's very important in Unity land. But yeah, we're gonna load this texture 2D, and then the name is gonna be T Playgrid Hollow. Thank you, writer. And then, yeah, that's literally it. And then I can just set this into the shader itself. So I can do shader.set global, let's say texture. I should really be setting this to instance, but I don't really care enough to do that. This is not that important. We're gonna call this s underscore hollow texture. For hologram, and then we're gonna pass in this hollow texture here. You're gonna cache that variable, and then in here I can make a new sampler 2D. Sampler 2D. And it's gonna be hollow texture. And then, if I name this correctly, hollow texture, yep. Then over here, instead of using these colors, we can do like these colors. First of all, we can sample this hollow texture. Float for hollow, and it's gonna be equal to text 2D. And then we're gonna do this times i.uv. We're gonna do some extra stuff to make this feel animated, but for right now, we're just gonna work with this. And then now we're gonna just do this times hollow and this times hollow as well. And we should at least see our texture appear now in our application. And we can go here and force a re-import so we can get our domain reloaded and all that stuff. And let me catch up in chat, guys. Is learning making projects what motivates me? I just like making games. I don't know. There's no. It's very hard to describe what motivates me. I mean, I just like making stuff to begin with. I have a sense of pride in my craft, so I like getting better at programming because I don't know. There's a pride I have in terms of getting better at treating this like a craft, you know, and trying to make things that are of just good quality. So there's that. And then I have ideas for experiences I want people to have while playing my games, and that propels me into making the things that I make. Looks like two cats dancing. Two cats dancing? That's very, I don't know what to make of that. Okay, so we have this, but it's not compositing the way I expect it to, which is very odd. Very, very odd. So, but something's happening. I'm just not sure what is. We got our hollow here. Oh, maybe because it's being stretched like crazy. Yeah, maybe instead of using i.uv, we have to make this. Yeah, we have to make this triplanar mapped. Yep. That's what we need to do. That's easy though. So we're gonna do. Ooh, actually maybe not because we have to make it tangent to the surface. Ooh. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do. So we're gonna make a new float to try UV, and it's gonna be equal to float 2. And basically we're remapping this texture to be aligned with the world. So the input for here is gonna be a world space.x. We don't have a world space thing here, so we're gonna do that, float for world position, and it's gonna be like, I don't know, text chord 2, I think. Or actually 1 might be available. Yeah, that's fine. 1 is available. And then here we're going to do o.world position is going to be equal to unity object to world. That's a matrix. We have to do a multiplication, a matrix multiplication for this. So I'm trying to remember how we do. I think it's unity object to world, and then we pass in our o.vertex, and we make this a float 4. And then make this an XYZ with a 1 component and the W, and that should be the world position if I'm not mistaken. And once we go back here, we're going to be using, for our new value, it's going to be I dot world position. I don't know, mod. I don't know, mod, I don't know, 2. And that's going to be it for the X. Actually, in this case, for the Y. Because, again, this cylinder has things flipped for whatever reason. And then for the actual Y position, it's going to be, what am I thinking? I think we're going to do I.uv.x, but modded by our what was the value here? Row height, I believe. Get rid of this. Row height. So I believe that should produce the things I'm looking to have produced. X row height. Okay. Why are you being weird to me? What is the issue here? Invalid number of initializers for vector float 2 type. Expected 2, actual 5. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Where are you getting 5 from? This is argument 1. This is argument 2. This is a float 2. And we're making a new float 2. This is a float value. This is a float value. This is going to be world position dot. There we go. World position dot x. My bad. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to be using this instead. Try UV. Okay. And then we can reload this. Okay, better, I think. We're trying to have some kind of weird effect. Though it's very shimmery, and I'm not seeing the values on the Y I would like to see, which means that this may need to have some additional work on it. Yeah, because it looks like everything's stretched across the Y value. So I guess this may not be working as I intended it to be working. I wanted to sit up here. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys, though. 1 second. A lot of people think about OS, that's Arch or Debian based with i3. Yeah, that's exactly it, Zach. Silence. You have to make a tangent. That's exactly what I said, Silence. Get out of here with that negative talk. Vim stuff with editor, some Linux game dev edit. No, it's just Writer. I'm using Writer with the Idea Vim plugin. Follow the white rabbit. Thank you, Vish. Get Sigmonitor. Let's go, dude. Why it says November 11th? That's actually a good point. Why is it saying November 11th instead of the 21st? That's very weird, actually. I have to check my i3 config and see what's going on that. You're streaming? We could do it. Listen is typing for all night. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad you at least dig the development process. So this here, we have UV. This yValue.x, which again, it's backwards here. We have this value for world space. So I'm actually kind of curious about something. So let's actually just return try UV and just take a look at these values. I'm going to return a float 4, 0, 1. Cool. And then we're going to refresh this. Okay. So this provides some context. There's some weird oddity happening here, where this is always just not. So there's some weird things happening with the UV coordinate itself. Okay. Where like one part of it, it's almost like screen space, but I don't think it's screen space. It's definitely not a screen space thing. Here. Or maybe it, oh my goodness, maybe it actually is screen space. Okay. So there's some weird oddity happening there in screen space, and then there's some weird oddity happening over there. So let's see what's going on here. Maybe my matrix multiplication did not work as intended. I always kind of mess it up. And maybe I'm using the wrong... Oh, I may have to use v.vertex first of all. That might be it. That's why we're having that weird screen space issue. There we go. There we go. That's more like what we're looking for. So we have this, and then this cell should be happening way more frequently. So let's see what's happening on the y-axis here. In this case, the x-axis, and it's I.UV divided by row height. Let's actually do this modded again. Okay, way different now. And we're not having the x component, or that, we're not having the thing we're looking for happen. So, I'll move this over there because we're not using that very often. Okay, so we have one component kind of sorted out, but we still have another not quite working how we want it to. Which is very odd. I don't know why these keep accidentally getting moved around. It's very weird. Tried coding, got so lost, went into IT instead. That happened to me in college. I actually studied computer science, and then like the math courses just kind of like, I think I could even do it. It's just that like for some reason I just wasn't in the right headspace, and then I switched to IT, which was like such a better boost in morale for me. And I ended up graduating in that instead. So, okay, so we have this I.UV.X. And let's take a look at inventory here. So, the Y component, because keep in mind that's what we're doing here, seems to be fine. So it's X component that is now wrong. And in here we're doing I.UV.X mod row height. So this is like the size in UV space for each row. And we're trying to mod it. It's not necessarily producing the values we would want to have. So why is that? Why is that the case? Because you should be seeing a bunch of cells, one with one corner being black, one corner is green, the other corner is red, and then the middle corner is like yellow. That's the value, or what? That's the kind of values you're expecting to see here. And the division is not going to produce the results I'd want to have happen. Okay, let's just. You know what? Maybe I just had it backwards. I was using the wrong component, I think, for the. No. I guess I wasn't. The fact that it didn't produce any changes is what's kind of weirding me out. I.UV. Yeah, that's what's weirding me out here. Or is it? Actually, I'm seeing some I'm seeing some cells kind of emerging. It's just very faint. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's just do this. I'm kind of curious now. So if I just do normal, So it's going to produce one humongous cell that wraps the entirety. We have one corner over here that's like orange, and then this is red, and then we go all the way down, and eventually becomes one corner where it's black, and the other is just pure green. So that is indeed fine. And all I want to have happen is have this be modded. So we have these cells instead, and we're kind of having these cells emerge, but they're not occupying the value range I'd want them to occupy. Like, it's a very small marginal change, which is not what I desire. So you know what, actually, we can do, you know what I think? Is because this value isn't normalized, I think we have to divide it by row height afterwards. So we mod it, and then we divide it and make it relative to the cell size. There we go. Okay, and now we have the UV coordinates aligned per cell. Perfect. Now I can actually remove this, reintroduce the hollow texture stuff, and cool, now we have that little texture emerging in a very repeated sense. Now does it look good? Probably not. I think I'm gonna change some factors with this a bit more. But hey, we're on the board right now. I think I might scale this or add some scale component to it so that the base texture looks a bit more bigger and the tick pixels are a bit more apparent. And then we can add some cool scrolling effects on there. Let's do, so we have this try UV, and then we're sampling it here. We can add some kind of multiplicative to make the scaling, to add the scale factor we desire. So that's gonna make it appear more. If we do a fraction instead, now we just see more pixels prominently. Okay, cool. And now we can start adding some terms to this. Float to offset, and we can do some cool movement to this. Like, we can add things like, I don't know, we can add some sinusoidal patterns to it so that with a function of time. So you can do things like sine, time, and then cosine. Technically this is backwards, but it doesn't really, it's going to achieve the effect we want anyway, so it's fine. You can add some basic sinusoidal functions to this. Why are you mad at me? .y. There we go. And we can add the scale factor plus offset. And now you're gonna see this cool behavior emerge. Look at that. Okay. So you have one kind of effect happening. Let's add some more variability so it's like kind of wobbling. So let's take the let's add an offset to this. We're gonna use a try UV dot X and then plus try UV dot Y, and that's gonna add some variability for this. Cool, but maybe a little too extreme. So now we can start changing the amplitude. We can make this like 0.5. If we want to have this scaling factor be like within the scale factor of 1, and then float. In fact, I have a math function library for normalized sine values. Now that I remember, yeah, I think I have like sine 0, 1 or something. If I remember. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, here we go. Our own math library. So we can use this, and now it's gonna be a sine value that's within 0 or 1 on amplitude and value. Cool, and now we can actually introduce some more cool, fun, wacky effects. And they even add some scrolling as well. So this is kind of like the sine stuff, but then we can have translation as well. Float to translation. So it feels like this hologram is kind of moving around. Fun little shader effects that require very little effort, but just feels so freaking cool. Why am I doing that? When it's gonna be like this. And then the X can be like, I don't know, time.y. We can keep this static, or maybe have it backwards. So we can add this whole transformation here, and then add this translation as well. And now it's going to seem like it's moving. I mean, we're going to do some stuff to make it look more aesthetically pleasing, but the very basics, very basics are there, which is pretty cool. Let me catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. Row height. Thank you, Bert Kyle. Up accident and this guy is a clown. Wait, what? You swiped up by accident and it's this guy in clown makeup with a sock puppet on. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that I was the clown. No, you swiped up. Shorts is kind of a wild place, man. Is Godot? Godot's cool. I hear Discord. Yeah, I can mute Discord real quick. Also, we have new people in the Discord. What's up, Jack? Welcome aboard, new people. I already have a graphics acceleration. At Vim, just time. It just requires time time and practice just to get comfortable with Vim. But it's not too crazy. It's definitely feasible to get there. Now, do I like this scaling that's happening with the sign on the positions? Honestly, not particularly. I'm not too much of a fan of this. The stretching that's kind of happening. Also, I want this to look more like a hologram. So I'm probably what I'm gonna do is also run this through my CRT shader, and that's just gonna be what we do to add some cool effects to this, as if like you're writing on one humongous screen that's encapsulating like the world in front, behind, below you. Which, by the way, we need to get I need to start coordinating with like a 3D artist to model this. My little mock-up is fine, but I actually want to have this feel more like a city that's underneath you that you're flying over. This is getting better, though. This is actually getting much better. Now, I just want this to be less distracting, though. So I want this to kind of fade more into the background. So, okay. We did this. What do I want to do with this? What do I want to do with this? I think I want to eliminate the... You know what? I think I might want to eliminate the stretching that's happening, and just have this be kind of purely transactional or transitional. So I think we're gonna make them both be sinusoidal, the same sine function. No, it's still gonna produce the same squashing that we're having here. Okay. We might have to fine-tune this a little bit. Also, I think I might add some more nuance to this as well while we're at it. Add some little nuances here and there. So the dither pattern becomes more prominent. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna go through and do more with this. I just want to have something visual to test with and start building this effect with. But we'll do more better art crafting later. And then even darker value, because all we're doing is compositing. I might even do like a color ramp thing, but where we have like a color table and then we use this grayscale value to look up the color there instead of just directly compositing it against the base color. Things that shall happen in due time. Things to happen in due time. Also, I should probably have those colors have some alpha component to them as well, but let me minimize this. Let's go to our assets. We're gonna go into levels, resources. This, nope. We're gonna be re-importing. Wow. Oh, because we imported, but we didn't pass the new shader value there. So it's gonna, okay, yeah, that's gonna happen. We have to press play again. Hi. C4X plus. Wait, Kieran, what did you say? He's coding in C. No, I'm not coding in C. I'm doing C#. You have a good one, Sanjay. No. We have the C project for another time, but yeah, we're actually doing HL. Why is this not? I'm not seeing the values here. Why is this not yeah, why is this not? Oh, you silly duck. Is this saved as what format? Yeah, I saved it to the wrong place. Yes, here. No, I'm not using CatchyOS. I'm using Ubuntu. I have CatchyOS on my personal machine, but not here, sadly. Okay, better. You know, in a weird way, this might be a time where just doing this sinusoidal oscillation is actually not the move. For me, at least, it doesn't seem like that doesn't seem aesthetically very nice. Also, we're going to change the transparency so like the darker values are actually more transparent. So, like for example, you, and we're going to reduce the tolerance. Are actually going to be like an alpha value of 80, but you're going to be still pure white. And then you over here. You, buddy, oh pal, friend of mine. Actually, 1 second. Okay, yeah, here we go. We have the value. You are going to be actually 65 transparency, but max value. Why does everything just look white? This is not a background, right? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna save this as the PNG that it is. Yes, yes, yes. Go in here, and we're gonna go into a shader. I'm gonna get rid of this sign offset stuff because I'm just not happy. There's the one weird time where it's actually not cool. I think just having simple translation would get the job done more effectively, honestly. I think if there's any oscillation, it should be only on the X. And it should be very subtle as well. And in the y-axis, yeah, like that's what I'm referring to. So this would be like 0, no offset there. This would be that, but like a smaller amplitude of like, let's say 0.5 or 3, something like that. And then we go here, press play again. Let's see here. You left the Ubuntu world. Yeah, I want to leave the Ubuntu world too. One day I would like to leave Ubuntu. Okay. Okay, so far so good. I want to make the rows feel a little wobbly. So we're going to actually apply the sign to this hazard map, this conditional here. So it's going to be, this is for the line. Row lines. What we're going to do is actually change this value to not only be like the static value, but actually make it sign 0, 1 with a really small amplitude. Or actually make just regular sign, because we actually want to have a plus or minus a relationship with it. Time.y, and then a really small factor, like it's going to be 0.1f. And it's going to be plus, so we can have this be ordered correctly. So that should produce a little wobbly, times plus uv dot, no, not that, try uv dot x, and make this smaller. Yes, much smaller. I'm trying to have more variability here. So we're adding like sign negative value, -1 plus 1. We're using try uv dot x. Actually, we have to be using y, I believe. It's not getting wobblier. I want you to get more wobbly. We need more wobbles. Or maybe we just need a greater magnitude. Let's just make this really much more apparent. I'm thinking I'm seeing some of the sign pattern here emerge. It's very staticky. Very static. Yeah, it's very, very static. But it's there. I'm seeing it. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but I see it. Choppy, 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 choppy. Let's make it even more exaggerated. Yeah, we're gonna do something with this. We're gonna have to do something with this. Also, I might even remove some of the scaling factor. If I'm gonna be honest with you. The more I look upon this, maybe make it like 7.5 instead. Yeah, I might have to fix some of the mapping as well so it feels seamless instead of how it is here, but we'll deal with that later. And then as for this, I may also do some like contraction stuff on the sine function here. Like have maybe the hazard map. Like this can be what do I want to do with this? We can make this be what is gonna make sense here? We can add some more pulsations here. I really wanted to make it happen more just on the Y, not on the X, but we may not have a choice here. Yeah, you may not have a choice. So it looks like it's kind of breathing a little bit. You can make the time a little bit more faster, like 5 or something. I'm not liking this texture. I think I want to do like a, I don't know. I want to make this feel more artificial than what it is. Yeah, we're going to revisit this a little bit more. And really make it more, I want to make it feel like it's like a screen or something, not just this weird kind of artifact. Like it almost looks like a horror game, like this is like some blood or something. So we're going to change that for sure. But hey, we have some basic behavior going on here. Yeah, I think we might do, let me add these to my palette. So this is there, and then this is there. Let's just delete it. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna do something. We're gonna have to do something else. Something more sci-fi. I don't know. Let's just do some grids for right now, and then we'll deal with this later. I think that might be just the simplest thing, no, the simplest option here. Our simplest recourse. And then maybe one more value. Yep. Something very simple for right now that isn't just super noisy and bothersome. And then we'll just go from there. And then we just yoink this and do the same thing over here. Yoink. Cool. Save it there. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. That's much better. That's less visually noisy at the very least. Okay, that's fine for now. We'll just leave this as is and then work with it. Though I think I might make even this indicator be, like, I may try to bind this within its rows so it doesn't spill over to other rows, but I don't know. We'll figure something out here. Either way, this looks better already. This looks better, visually at least. And I think we can actually, the indicator actually helps. Like, I think these warnings these hazard warnings are actually helpful. Yeah. Sick. This is pretty sick, man. I'm actually very happy with this. Like, I can see the possibilities. I see the possibilities. It's not perfect. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but this is already so much better than where we started. Or they're starting to feel more and more like a proper game, little by little, which is exciting for me. And then we just need to add like some character animation states and stuff, which I'm debating how we're gonna do it. If we're gonna have her like physically tilt up, or we're gonna have her like lean to this back, like more like a real motorcycle. I'm leaning more towards that. Pun not intended. I think I might even have some off-screen indicators. So like even if the object's off-screen, we're still gonna show it. Like even here, it's gonna indicators gonna pop up on the UI. And then like this is just like this shader is just that final warning of, hey, you're actually about to hit something. Dude, I honestly almost want to have the camera be tilted back a little bit. Like not so much where you change the side profile, so you actually, like we still want this to be a side profile for the most part, but I almost feel inclined. In fact, let's just save our progress too while we're at it. Yeah, like I still want this to feel like presented 2D almost, but I still want to give them some more visual, potentially more visual aid to like anticipate stuff. So even though the player's like here and they're visible there, I think I might try tilting this out a little bit. And maybe like increase the FOV or something. Just with that little rotation. Well, I really do not see that that rotation. I really do not see. Oh, wrong camera. I did that to the wrong camera. This is the original. This is the new version. I want to make this more apparent. Okay, cool. Let me catch up in chat too, guys. Some sort of audio warning as well. Maybe, but... Oh, this actually... I don't know about you. This angle actually feels kind of cool. Maybe a little... It might make things a little hard to like... It's kind of hard to see where you're lined up. Maybe I'll have a thing on this grid that shows where the player is on that grid. So like, it's more, you have another thing that's kind of indicating, hey, this is where you're locked on right now. But I'm actually not opposed to this kind of POV. It makes it feel way more 3D as well. Like it's already 3D, but I don't know, it feels kind of cool actually. Okay, this is gonna be a little odd. This feels odd. I think we have to have the camera like lined up perfectly, and if you want to do that kind of offset. So like the Y, like the rotation on the X needs to be like 0, I think. We don't want to introduce, if we're gonna have a weird angle on one axis, we should normalize everything else as much as we can. Okay, no, not the Z value. That needs to stay persistent. Yeah, I think that's the recipe here for success. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking about this. Let me see. Let me pass in the player, honestly, and try doing that. Because I want to see how the player actually lines up to the grid for reference. To see, like, how much does the visual deviate from... How much does the visual deviate from what we kind of expect? So let me add a float 4 or 3. Call it player world space or world position. And then we can calculate the distance between that and us, and then kind of go from there. Within our board view, we're going to set another global shader property, I'm imagining. Here. Okay, and this is going to be player world position. Is that what I called it here? Player world position, capital P. Player world position. And then this is going to be very simple. We're going to do this on update though. On update, we're going to be doing shader.set global vector s player world position. And then we're going to be passing in player dot position, and it's going to be a world space one, of course. And then in our shader with our fragment, we're going to have another kind of conditional that's going to be even supersede the lines, which is going to be like if distance between I dot world position and player dot world position is like less than, let's say, I don't know, like within a meter of each other, then we're gonna be drawing yellow, so it's gonna be 1 on these 2 components times hollow, and then that should do it, and we should be able to press play. Domain didn't recompile. Do I have to wait for the domain to recompile, or do I need to force it to happen like usual on Unity in Linux land? What if you added another hollow semi-sphere in the background and parallaxing wrapping around the seam? So that's the idea. I already have some ideas of like bigger stuff. Like I want to have some even like different layers where there's gonna be a shell. Occasionally it pops up like a highway kind of thing that pops up, and then even other things. But that's the visuals. That's not as important right now. I want to get the mechanical stuff ironed out first before anything else. But yeah, that's definitely on the docket. That's something I want to do to make the visuals really sick. So this is like 2 distance. This is supposed to be radius. It has to be 0.5. That's the radius value I'm supposed to be using. Okay, so this actually lines up mechanically pretty well, I think. I think it doesn't hurt to have this. Maybe I can use the texture sprite, like use the actual sprite of the player and then map it onto the grid. Like we can also do that, but then we're gonna have to add, implement this sprite animation system onto the shader, which we've done before, but it's gonna be much more involved. But totally doable still. Though I don't want people to start like, I want it to still feel like you're grounded in this. Like I don't want you to be focused on like just playing the 2D game in a 2D way of like, okay, is this in there? But yeah, maybe we'll make it either smaller. Yeah, good thing we're not doing backface rendering. And this is actually kind of cool because it alleviates the issue we talked about in our little diagram here, where if we do, where is it? If we do this, that there's an issue of not being able to see the obstacles behind you, but just by the nature of how we've designed this, you're going to see the obstacles across the entire thing. You're just not seeing the rows there. Whoa. Did you see that? What is this? How did that happen? How did that happen? Is that the end? That's kind of crazy. Do we just reach like a certain part? Maybe it couldn't iterate further and it just kind of got stuck here. That's kind of crazy. This kind of sucks. It feels a little, I don't know, it's weird. It's like too small. I think we're gonna have to do the hard thing to make it look cool and have this actually use a sprite of the player. I think that's just what we're gonna have to do. So we don't have to be, I don't want to be lame. And I think we're just gonna have to do the hard thing, which is like pass in a sprite sheet and then have it be synced to the animation of the, because we have our sprite animation system, but it's purely done on the CPU side of things. So if we're gonna chuck it over here, we're gonna have to do the same sprite system, but on the GPU side, and it has to be consistent so that it renders in the animation the same way as it's done on the CPU side, so we can have this nice silhouette. So that's gonna be a whole thing we're gonna have to do. But I think for the sauce we're looking for that kind of quality, that's just something we're gonna have to do. It's not the end of the world. I can find the code I've done before that does that, so that's not a problem. And yeah, we just have to deal with it. Either way, this feels cool though. This feels cool. And honestly, I kind of want to have this trail behind the player a little bit. So instead of doing just world position, we're going to do world position minus float negative 0 point, like just a little offset. 0, 0. Float 3. And then let's just verify that this is X, Y, Z as well, so that our distance calculations aren't off because, you know, of having this extra component in our vector that we're not trying to do. And we can press play and just see where this goes. Have I stumbled upon? You've stumbled upon the game dev rabbit hole, a one very few emerge out of. Okay, I think we're gonna make this more. Just more. Oh, it's moving forward. So you actually want to add to it. It almost looks like her thruster. No, I just want this to be kind of like a, hey, this is kind of roughly where your hitbox is. This is where you kind of align with the grid behind you. Yeah. Honestly, like, I almost want to, I feel like these are not good enough. Like this warning grid, for all the work we've done to do this, I think it's not good enough. And I think fundamentally it's just not going to be good enough due to the nature of how the data is encoded into it. Like to make this extend further, we can't just do that in the shader. So I think if you want to make this work better, we have to either do some calculations on the CPU side when generating this chunk so that it extends further, or have like a warning actually tied to the objects themselves and just instantiate a bunch of that. I kind of like the simplicity of just this, because like, keep in mind, this is a mobile game, right? There's gonna be or it's one of the target platforms in mobile, so like, I don't want to have a bunch of game objects with their own quads and mesh renderers and all this kind of stuff doing different, and we can avoid that by doing different types of culling for objects, and maybe that's what we do. But I like how the immediacy of like, just, hey, this is embedded into the actual sphere itself, but it's very static and we can't really do stuff with it. Like we can't say, hey, we're only going to highlight the ones that are like on the board. It's just, they're always going to perpetually look like this. Or if we want to do something like, hey, once it appears on screen, we're going to lower it down. Yeah, it's just not what happens. Okay, I need to figure out what's going on with that generator though, because that's weird. This is where all the points should be. For some reason, the space is just not being... It's being constrained. Like, maybe there's some clamping that's happening or something, but... Yeah, these are where everything else is supposed to be. Okay, let's focus on... Let's actually make a game loop here, guys. So I think we have to make the application, like, actual state for application. If we go to scenes, this is like sample scene. Let's just change this to level. And then we have to actually make like some kind of... Let's actually start making a game loop. That's kind of crazy. We have to have our main scene. Or, I don't know, the garage. And that's where we're going to be going to, from and to, when you enter this level. And then we have to have some kind of death condition for like, okay, you've taken damage, you've hidden enough things, and now you die, and go back to garage. So... Let's make some folders here. Not in UniRX. We're not doing that here. UniRX, you remain untouched. You're just a library. That's all you do. You live to be a library. What's up, sick man? Welcome to the Discord. What's going on, Lele? What's up, Praka? And Sean McGowan? Sorry if I haven't been very not responsive to chat lately, guys. I just been very kind of locked in here. But, yeah, we're just getting some work done. Today's one of those days where we're just getting some work done and you get to see what's going on. Well, ID, it's writer. And by the way, guys, there's a help command that has like a bunch of commands that for common information that's on this channel, so here they are if you get curious. So yeah, so we're gonna make our application. Let's start making our application structure. C# application. And I might have to look at the code from Messy Mansion to remember how we do that, the setup of our application class. Or you change this to be like FNF application. I don't know, we have to make some kind of name for this. Application is too general. And I think we also have already an application class, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, one second. Let's actually do some exploration. CD Cozy Cabin, CD Messy Mansion, CD Messy, CD Assets. No, it's still messy. CD assets, CD application, and then what do we have here? Messy Mansion, application.cs, and what do? We have a game application class. There we go, and it has this whole business. And we have to indicate the kind of back-end structure we're going to be using. That's weird. And this all the logic for this. I'm not sure why this is not detected though. There we go. There's a dev kit. And then we have to do some wrapper stuff for this. I'll deal with it later. Renee, Morgan, where art thou? My bad. I can't speak sometimes. Yeah, I am wearing a cap. It's a little chilly. A cap is very nice. Such a nice aesthetic. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig the aesthetic of this. Yeah, there's like so much things I need to set up here. Honestly, like I'm gonna refactor this whole game applications. Like, you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of this for right now because this just feels more like a liability. We're just gonna implement our own saving and loading stuff. and just deal with this. Let's define our enum, application state. And you're either in the garage, the level, or you're at the shop. And then, I don't know what we're gonna do. Public, application state, and it's gonna be get private set. I'm fine with people checking this out, but they should not be modifying this. Why are you mad at me? Application state. What is your issue here? Then the property, application state. Okay, who cares though? Who cares? Oh, because it's private, that's why. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna do some basic setup here. And then maybe have a simple void, public void. Go to state. And then we have our target state. And we're of course going to make this a singleton. So public static application instance. And instance is going to be equal to so if it's not null, we're just going to destroy ourselves. Oh my goodness. Yep. And then otherwise we're going to set instance equal to this. No. Gosh, I hate autocomplete so many times. It's like usually it bothers me. It's weird. I'm trying to type something and it just autocomplete something else and I have to get rid of everything. And it's like, all right, this wasted a little bit more time than I would have just typing the thing myself. That's why I like working in Vim. I should really go back to it, see if I can set it up here, but whatever. So we have our application singleton. It's fine. I didn't want to complete domain yet. Update, we have our void update, that's fine. Then we're gonna have our state transitions here. This is like simple enough where we can just do this switch statements for each case. Or we have like our current case. Yeah, current or just state. Add the switch case statements here, and then we can do some enforcement. So we can use stateless, but we're not going to do stateless. We're just going to do this. We're going to do the nested switch statements. Everyone loves that. Everyone loves the target switch statements. That's okay though. It's very minor. So it's fine. It's not the end of the world. In fact, I should just get this. Okay, and then can you go from the garage to garage? That is just a nope, so we return. Likewise, you can go from level garage to level and level to shop, so that's fine. And we can add our logic function call there. From here, can you go from level to shop? Maybe, I don't know. But for right now, I'm thinking we just go straight to garage and then go from there. So from level, you can't go to level either. So that's an incorrect state. And then we can only go to this one. And then finally, we have shop. And you can go to the garage, but you can't go to the levels from shop. And you can't go to shop from shop. That's just an invalid state. Maybe we actually throw some invalid exceptions there to be like, hey, you're doing something stupid, dude. But we'll deal with that later. And then we'll just have some basic functions for the actual transitioning to these states. I have this like transition animation system. I might bring it here too, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm not gonna put too much brain power into it. Void, go to shop. Private void, go to garage. And then private void, go to level. And unlike Messy Mansion, it's actually very simple and straightforward, so we don't have to make things too complicated. Go to shop, go to garage, go to level. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So. Go to shop, go to garage, go to level. So we're just gonna do scene. Right now we're just gonna do direct loading. We're gonna do the async stuff later, but right now I just wanna prototype going to the actual thing. So we're gonna load scene, and it's gonna be shop. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it very simple, brain dead simple. We have scene for garage, and we're scene for level. And you want to realize we also need to make this persistent. So let's add don't destroy on load, so that this scene manager persists continuously. This, or actually game object, I believe, not just the component. We want the game object to persist. So these are the different places you can go to, and then we handle this here. Go to level, and wherever this is applicable, we're going to just do that. Shop, that's not valid. Okay. Go to garage. That's actually not valid here, but it is valid here, and also valid over here, I believe. So that's cool. And then we have go to shop. And there's only one place where that's valid, so everything else is not valid. Perfect. Perfect. So, in fact, we can just have like, yeah, we'll make an exception later for weird state transitions, but that's like fine. So now we have our instance, we have this, we have our means of going between states. Nice. And then now we can have some basic, we can start implementing some basic things for the player. Yeah, very simple things, I think. So we can have like, hey, your HP dips below this place or this level, then it's time to go to the garage. We're gonna make it change very different because it's not. You're not gonna do immediate. There's gonna be like a bunch of asynchronous things. When you game over, it's not gonna be just directly load back to the garage. I think we're gonna have some specific things that happen in the UI first, and then maybe even some other asynchronous things that happen first, and then we'd move to the garage. So this is a very simple implementation. It's just for right now to get the ball going. 5:16 a.m. is crazy. Yeah, it's 4:17 right now. What type of gamer coding? Here you guys go. Here's the game for your perusal. It's a simple, like, side-scrolling, like, not necessarily side-scrolling, because you have the freedom to move however you want to, but it's a simple, kind of racing game. I guess if you want to be a Weenie Hut Jr., you can go really slow and cautious, but there's going to be, like, time bonuses and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe we have some kind of hazard that's following you or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is the thing we're doing right now. I'm still deciding if I want to have combat or not. Like, if there's things you want to destroy, because that's going to open up a whole thing for, like, chips. The chip system, but We will burn that bridge when we get there. Don't you just love Malifaux? They're so fun. We have the cool thing is this is actually 3D, so we can like do even more weird stuff. Like we can have multiple levels of this and like have ramps that take you up to higher levels. Like there's so many ideas we can explore with this. But for right now, I want to keep things simple and just get the thing done did first. We also have to do collision at some point. So fast, Vim. Yep, thank you. Coding, yeah, that's the game we were coding. Energy Star compliant. So beautiful, thank you, man. Yeah, C# Vim, it's a beautiful combo. But you know what? It's even funner when we do just the C project and just work in pure C, using just Vim, GCC, GDB for debugging, and that's it. Like this feels more like peak. This still feels like a little too much. Feels almost too nice for me. One day I'll get back to the C programming, but right now, 3 weeks. Let's get a game done, did. Call it now. Yeah, you have a good one, man. I'm sorry, what, dude? What's up, Amy Rose? Amy Rose? Whoa. Son Amy. Gosh, man, I haven't played a Sonic game forever. Okay. We have the application structure. Let's actually add the game object that's going to be our application. And I want this to be, I have an idea for how this is going to work, where like the application structure is going to be very simple. It's just going to be an empty game object plus the application component, and then the application component is responsible for building the actual everything that's required for runtime. How are you? I'm doing very well. Very well. It's a very early morning time right now, 4:21 or 4:20 a.m. And yeah, we're just getting things done dead. Strong morning. No, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It even has green mode for the times when you just want to just have pure green for high maximum contrast. It's a pretty cool thing, man. Alrighty. So we have our application. We have the player. We can honestly let the player be responsible for everything here. Like they be responsible for their health and all that stuff. Or engine health. Well, that's another thing that can be upgraded is like the health of your machine. Like we had this whole frame idea of this engine and brake and chips stuff for the shop. We can also even add hull. That's going to indicate like, hey, this is how you're doing, buddy. And if you go less than that, then that's no good. Yeah, we're gonna have to have like a whole thing. Like I think we're gonna have to have like a struct called like ship config. Even though it's like a bike config, it's gonna contain like the engine. It's gonna contain like the engine with its acceleration curve. It's gonna contain the brake, the chips, and I guess hull at this point as well. Even if it's just as simple as, hey, this is just the strength you have for your hull. That's gonna be like the configuration that's like serializable. Yeah, and I might I might have this stuff be like index values into a table, so that you can just have this data be directly serialized into a file. Same time. Oh, it's same time. Time zone. Let's go. Time zone twinsies. Infinite gas. Right now, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I want this to feel like, hey, this is you against the environment. I had an idea for a trucking game where you're trying to do like deliveries, but yeah, it's like it's kind of management because you have like your fuel to take care of and your sleep time and all that kind of stuff. I think there's something of interest that you can do with it. I love the braking system. Yeah, I can't wait to add the particle effects for that. Where it's like, okay, you can feel that you've broken your brakes little by little each time you've done it. But yeah, we're gonna have to do this whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that later though. Okay, so what to do? We have our health defined here, whole health, and I guess now we have our collision on here, so we added our collision trigger stuff to it, which I believe player, what are you doing? Yeah, you have this, you have a reference to collision, which is on your sprite, which honestly I'm growing more and more to not like that, or maybe keep it like this, but then move the sprite rendering business to a child object, because I want to have the player hover a little bit, but have that not affect the collision box at all. So having this be separate is going to be kind of important. So I think what we're going to do actually is have the rendering stuff happen in a child object. Either way, the collider is not going to change though. So we have this trigger collider with its rigid body attached to it, and then we can listen for things that have a specific tag. So in this case, we're going to be listening for things with an enemy tag, let's say, or hazard tag. So where's our player class? On start, we have our trigger collider, or collision. Yeah, and then we can do a on collision. No. Where's our component? Yeah, it's just called collision. Okay, on. Yeah, trigger entered, subject. Where so this is when an object enters. If the object we're gonna check to see where other or tag game object compare tag, and it's going to be, we need to make our tag static class as well for this hazard. But yeah, we need to do our static class for the collision layers and all that business. I don't think we're going to have to go fancy with it though. But yeah, if it's the type hazard, then we're going to do some kind of receive damage behavior. So we're going to do subscribe, and then a simple function of like on receive damage. And I think we're not going to make things super fancy with this whole damage receiver and transmitter structure we've implemented before. Instead, we're just going to have it give like a fixed amount of damage to you. Like all the hazards are going to have the same fixed amount of damage. Maybe we factor in like your speed to it, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to do that because that's going to discourage people from going fast, I assume. I don't know. We're going to have to do some playtesting in the Discord, hopefully this weekend. But yeah, let's also go out here. In fact, let's just go here. and then cd assets, and then I'm gonna just make a tags class so that we can have these static things there. Tags.cs. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. I know you exist. You can't lie to me. I wonder if this is weird just because the file sentry on Linux is weird, or maybe they just have a bad file sentry. Tags. String. Or maybe just const, public const. Hazard. And you're just going to be hazard. Okay, we can go here, and now we can actually use this. You don't have to allocate a string every time. That's not a big deal, but why not? Why not get the simple performance gain? Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the plan. And then we'll just add that tag to this system. Yeah, we'll add this tag to this system. So we have application, and then we have it's untagged. We're going to add another tag. We're going to call this hazard. Like that. Perfect. And then in our game board manager, yeah, we're going to have to make sure that we add this tag to this hazard for right now. We're going to make this better at some point, but right now we just want to do the simple thing of just, hey, let's just make this good first, or make this work, and then we can make it good later. So now this game object should do damage to the player if they encounter each other. And then we go back into the player script. We have this receive damage component. We're going to do like a simple, I don't know, hull health minus equals, I don't know, 10 or something. Something arbitrary, so you take 10 hits each time, whatever. And then on top of that, let's also, we need some additional information for this, because it's not enough just to have this. We need to have like what object you collided with, so we can set a vector opposing that. So now that we do this, we also have to do select, and then x dot collider. Is it the collider? Yeah, it's a collider. So x.gameObject. So we can actually have access to the game object. And then we're going to call on receive damage. It's going to be bad. It's not going to work right now because you need to change the method signature. And now it's going to actually be, and now it's just going to work. Yep, and that error disappeared. And we have this. And then now we can start setting velocity in a very opposing direction. So we can set, ooh, this is gonna be weird because we don't have a rigid body. We're not dealing with velocity in a traditional sense because it has a translational component and an angular component because we're rotating across that little pinwheel thing. So, hey, welcome aboard, Fanks. Make yourself cozy here. But yeah, so like it's a weird thing. I might actually have to make a function to translate a conceptual velocity vector into the actual representation of vector here. We might have to do that. Let me catch up in chat though. 1 second, guys. The username. It's so late, I'm confused. I'll need to go to sleep. Yeah, it's all good, Saddam. And then keep in mind, guys, you're watching. You don't have the full context of what's going on here. Like even me, if I were to watch someone program, even within a familiar kind of problem space, I would still be kind of disoriented and lost because I don't have the full context of what they're doing. So I just see text and stuff. And if they're moving fast, then, it's even more harder to kind of keep up with what's going on. So yeah, that's not just like a you thing. That's just a general thing. What distro? Ubuntu. Yeah, we have a help command here, guys. In case there's some information you guys are curious about. Is gone, and now I'm crashing. I'm on the Discord. I subscribe. Y'all look great. Much love. Good night. You have a good night, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm using our Ergodox, just chilling, or just chill guy. How about you? You need stuff to make? No, I'm straight edge. I don't take. The most I take is not even normal coffee. I take this like mushroom coffee. I don't take it every day. It's very like rare, not rare, but yeah, it's kind of rare actually when I do take it. And even then it's very low in caffeine because I feel very sensitive to caffeine. So I just drink water or orange juice. That's what powers me. Yeah, that's how we live. That is how we live here. All right. Now, receive damage. We have the other game object. Yeah, so we have to have a thing here to translate this component into like this angular velocity thing. What do we want to do? We have to have a term for this like combined velocity or composite velocity. Composite velocity. I need to make some better terminology because the math is very... Let me express what I'm talking about. If we press play... If we press play, you're going to see that we have this movement, right? Now, if you pay attention, on the X and Y, or the X-axis, this is purely translational. We're just changing a position value. We're just changing an X component. That's more in line with just the normal idea of velocity, right? Translational velocity. But the Y component isn't translation. It's actually rotation. We're moving a certain theta amount, or number of degrees around this cylinder. So the way we're kind of dealing with velocity is conceptually, the X component is meters and the Y component is degrees. Two different units. So whenever we have a velocity conceptually, we have to translate it back into these two underlying components and apply them to whatever our underlying angle and translational velocities. So even though here I'd be tempted to be like, okay, vector 2 would be like, hey, knockback velocity would be just, hey, transform dot position transform dot position. We're going from here to there. Yeah, that's final minus other dot transform dot position, and then my inclination, my desire would be just to do like, okay, and then we just set velocity equal to that knockback, and then call it a day, right? If you're working with a rigid body, that's how you do things. However, we can't do that because A, this is world position, and that's going to be a whole weird thing. And B, these components have to be translated to these other, this different way of thinking, or of modifying stuff. So we're gonna have to actually take this. I don't know how we're gonna do this. We're gonna have to take this object and convert it into our concept of a vector 2 position, which is gonna be aligned to this grid. So it would be like even the position itself, vector 2, like it'd be like pinwheel space or something. It would be a new vector 2, or just new. You don't need to have this. We can do other.x because that's fine. Transform.position.x, and then we'd have to get like this angle at some level, and we can do that. And I believe we have like a math utility function for calculate arc distance. Get angle from arc distance. So that gets the angle from that. And that could work, but we need to have the distance at some level. We have a radius, but we have to figure out an arc distance. So we have to translate this like world space position to a point on a circle, and then like let's even simplify this problem. Let's simplify this, or express it in a very simple way. We have oh my goodness, what is going on? Why is my tablet wrong? One second. Let me fix this. I should really just have this be part of the my i3 config. Okay, and now this should work, right? Perfect. Okay, cool. Delete that. Undo that. So we have this conceptual sphere or cylinder that the player exists somewhere on, and we're giving some arbitrary position around here. And given this like position in world space, which may not be aligned to this, we have to somehow create some kind of arc angle. Like we can assume this is the origin for arc angle, and we want to get like this distance here. So what we can do is, if we can assume that the world position is like the pinwheel center has an x coordinate of 0 and 0, or a y and, if we can assume it has a y and z component of 0 and 0, then what we can do is use sinusoidal functions to get this, right? Like if you recall, for like a unit circle, like the x position for somewhere on the circle is going to be equal to like sine theta, or actually that's y, the y component, I believe. It'd be cos theta, and that's what you get. So if our goal is to get this, then we can do, and then like for the y component, it would also be like sine theta. So we want to get, if we know the positions and we're working our way backwards to find the theta value, what we can do instead is kind of represent this in terms of theta, and it'll be inverse a cos x, and either or would return this angle value. I believe that should be the case. The issue though is that this is going to return a value that's just here, right? It's going to return a value from like 0 to 180 degrees conceptually. So we'd also have to factor in like the y value to indicate, okay, are we in this hemisphere or are we in this hemisphere? It's not a hemisphere, this half of the circle or the other half of the circle. But that's easy to do. And I think that's how we're going to be doing this. So it'd be like if I forgot how you do this form, like this math notation for like the if statement. There's like a thing where it's like theta would be equal to, if I don't know, y is positive, then it would just be cos inverse x. Otherwise, it would be cos inverse x plus 180. Or actually be this minus, I believe, 180. Yeah, 180 minus cos this, but because like if we do 180, and like let's say the angle's like here, and your position's like here. Okay, I think okay. We'll revisit this in a second. But I think that's how you were supposed to. That's how you do it. Maybe I should actually think through this better. If your angle's here, let's say, or actually, let's say if your position is here. Yeah, it would get this angle here. So if we do 180 just plus this, it would actually give us this value, which is incorrect, which is why we have to do the 180 minus the cos angle, so we can get this value instead on top of the 180. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. So I think if those assumptions are correct, we can just do that and it should be fine. I can't do a challenge. What's going on? I'm not doing good right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Amy Rose. I can't do a challenge. What? A challenge? Like for school or math or for class or something? Isn't valid. What happened, Coach? Why are you laughing at me? Bro, I ain't make it past geometry 1. What the hell's going on? We're doing some math. If you're doing game programming, you can't avoid math. Even the basic stuff. Okay. So this is going to be calculated in a very different way. Keep in mind, let's look at the axes and world space position. Center, this is local space, we're going to do world space. So this is the y-axis, this is the z-axis, and this is the x-axis. So if we're assuming the origin lies in the center of the sphere, then you can imagine there's like a unit circle around here, conceptually. So, yeah, there's a term we neglected here, because we're not working with a unit circle. We're working with a radius of some sort. So this would actually be like another term here, r, for radius. So this value would actually be, I forgot, would it be, wait, how does sinusoidal functions work in terms of PEMDAS? Oh, this might get us. This might bite us in the butt. I think they kind of are in the similar tier to exponents. So do we do x divided by r and then the sine, inverse sine and inverse cos? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google this. I don't actually remember. Does sine work in PEMDAS? Yeah, where do trigonometric functions lie in order of operations? Aren't considered as operators, but as functions instead. So technically speaking, they can't belong in the order of operations. But if we would count them as operators, then they would be computed in the very beginning of an equation. So at the very start. So they have higher precedence than multiplication then. Okay, so if we're doing our little backwards working from here, then I forgot, like when we're doing this, I forgot how we work with this. I think we do backwards. Like if there's additions, we do those first. If there's multiplications, we do those first. So in this case, we had to do, yeah, divided by r. So this would all be divided by r, I believe. Divided by r. Something like that. We're going to figure it out. That's what I'm wondering, Cozy. What's going on? Is living 24/7? Is live 24/7, 365? No. I'm usually just live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, but I don't know. I want to get this game done within 3 weeks, so I'm gonna put the gas to the pedal. So let's try computing theta, shall we? So float theta is going to be equal to what? It's going to be equal to other dot let's even simplify things too. Vector 3 other position is going to be equal to other transform dot position. And then we have theta, and then we have other pose. So we're going to do like a ternary operator. We're going to do like if this is positive, that means we're in the top quadrant, so we can just do a sine, and there's going to be some other term that happens here. A sine, verging sine. We're going to use other position. We're going to use the y value divided by radius, which in this case, I should really just make this like a property or something. But radius is going to be, if I can find it, update, machine, yeah, radius. You're going to make a property for this. We're going to need a public property, actually. Yeah, we have a radius now, derived from the character radius. So it's going to be this. Otherwise, it will be this value. Excuse me. This value minus 180. 180 minus this value plus 180. And it's going to achieve the thing that we're looking for, and that should be the proper theta value. And then given that, we can do. We have to get this for the player as well. We should make this like a general function, because we have to get this for the current. We have to assess the player's angle as well. We have to get, because what we're planning to do, right? What we're doing here is basically we're gonna have. Did I rotate this? Or am I just crazy? Maybe I'm just crazy. Basically, what we're doing is that we have the center. We have like the enemy here, and we have the player. And if they contact each other, we want to get the difference in their angle here, and then we're going to apply it, use this value here, the difference in their angle, and apply that as like the rotational direction for the player, so we can use that to rotate them back this way. They went this way, they contacted that. We're going to use like the difference here as like the value to rotate them back the other way. So if it's positive, then we have to make it negative, and so on and so forth. That's what we're doing here. That's the goal here. The x and y, the x translation is going to be much more straightforward. That's kind of what we're doing to x, but in terms of angles. So, yeah, we have to have a general function for this. Get angle from position. And this is very contextual to our particular game, so I don't think we can even generalize this into our math function. Okay, so we have the vector 3 other pose, and then we rename this to just position. And the math here should just check out. And then now, instead of doing this, we can just do other theta. It's going to be get angle from position, and it's going to be other position. And then we're going to have. In fact, we don't have to even calculate the player, because the player one, we already have it. We already have that angle. So we don't have to calculate the player. And then we can do float delta theta, just the difference between these angles. It's going to be what? Final minus initial. So the final is going to be that's angular velocity, not the current angle. Do we not have? Yeah, we have current angle. Perfect. So it's going to be current angle minus other theta. And that's going to be our rotational difference here. And then we're going to create this new like offset. And then position data delta is going to be easy. X delta is just going to be, or delta X is going to be really simple. It's just going to be other position or transform dot position dot X minus other dot position or other dot X. And then our velocity is going to be delta X and then delta Y or delta theta. That's the what we're using. And actually, you don't have to do this. We can just set angular velocity equal to delta theta for right now, and velocity, translational velocity equal to new delta X, and then 0 components for everything else. Is this a float? No, it's a vector 2. Okay. And then it's just a matter of, yeah, so now you see how that knockback isn't as simple as it was before. So hopefully this is all we need to do, and our update will apply these changes given these values. If not, we can always do like physics update and force it to happen here. Either way, let's try this out and just see if this works at all. Oh, you know what? It's probably not going to work because we haven't changed the triggers on the colliders for the enemies. We're going to have to see what happens. Yeah, we're going to have to do something with this. Is there an error? What's the error here? There's no error here. I'm right, you're wrong, Unity. I refuse to believe that I am wrong. There we go. Reload. Yeah, reload your domain. I know I'm right. I know I am right. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Okay, this is going to be, you're going to see it right now. You're going to see what this is, Toaster Oven. So we have this. Oh, it does work. You saw that? We're getting knocked back. Okay, I don't think our calculations, or maybe it is correct. Yeah, it is correct. Like, we're getting knocked back. Okay, we go from the top, we should be... No. From the bottom, it's working fine. From the top, not so much. We're just... So we enter from the top, it's almost working, but it's not. Yeah, and that's a crazy angular momentum. Oh my goodness. Stop. Okay, so this is an issue due to, I think... Yeah, this is an issue due to... Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Okay, let's not hurt people with photosensitivity. Okay, so we have to... What I think is happening is that the angular distance is crazy when you get close to the seams. So like this delta is very little. But let's say like this is degree 0 and this is 90 and this is 180, 270 and like 270 and then like over here is like 0 or 360. If our hazard is right here, if our hazard's right here, it's gonna be like a value of like 3, maybe 50 or something, right? And our player's right here, and they're like a value of 0. Instead of getting this delta between them, it's gonna get this delta between them, which is ridiculous. And that's gonna create a crazy velocity, angular velocity, when in reality it should have been very small. So I think what we're gonna do is actually use a min function. I think that's what we're gonna do. Or maybe we make this, instead of being like relative to 360, we just do this over here is positive 180. No, I don't like that either, because over here it's gonna be. Okay, so I guess we get like we do two different types of different subtractions, or we calculate 2 different types of values and get the minimum from them. So we get the minimum from going left-handed, the left-handed way, and then we also calculate a theta from going the right-handed way, and then we use the minimum value between those. I think that'd be the simplest thing to do here. Looks cool, but seizure warning. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I want to make a screen space shader for OBS to reduce potential seizures, but in future streams. But I need to. We're gonna have to figure that. That's gonna be a whole project in of itself. A whole project. Delta Airlines, Air India. Cause saw live streams on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the story of most people, honestly, which is pretty cool. So this is a left-hand calculation, which is, hey, if it's y is positive, we're gonna do this, and then if we do the right-hand calculation, it's gonna be, okay, hey, if this y is a negative, then we're going to use the normal value and make it negative. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I have to think about this. I have to think about this a little bit. There's some other weird considerations. Or I guess if we have this value that we calculated once, we can just do some basic changes to this. Like if we know this is like, I don't know, let's say the value is 350 again. We could also calculate this as like negative, 360 minus this, or this minus 360. No, 360 minus this, and then add the negative component to it, or negative sign to it, and then do like which one has the least absolute value. So we can do like 0 minus this to get the delta, or we can do 0 minus the negative component value of this. And depending on that, we use that for the angular momentum, angular velocity. Okay guys, 1 second, I need to take a little snack. Let me grab a little snack real quick. My brain needs it. I haven't eaten really this morning, so pardon me as I get some cereal. I'm gonna make a proper meal for myself later today, but actually we have Thanksgiving, so I'm excited for that, but right now I just need something, some little energy in my brain. I'm already using sine and cosine. This is edge cases of that, because rotations are always weird, because sine and cosine only produce values within like 180 degrees. We're dealing with edge cases of that. Of course we could use quaternions, but there's a lot of other odd cases that emerge from it. especially since they have double coverage, or a wind order of 2, and we're trying to enforce a wind order of 1 here. I miss having a family, but life is mysterious. Haven't celebrated Christmas in years. I'm sorry to hear that, 10 Rings. I'm sorry to hear that. I know there's no replacement for blood relations or anything like that, but I think you can also have a found family, and I hope you get that. And hopefully one day you get to celebrate Thanksgiving. Be straight. You could be a professor or something. Nah, no. I'd like to one day maybe, but for right now I just want to make stuff. I want to make things. Making things is fun. Teaching is fun too, but I want to have made the things I want to make first, and then teach. You get me? I think it'll be fun to be a teacher once I've done all the things I wish to do, either professionally or creatively. And then, like, I could teach, and I have like this whole body of work I can draw upon for experience or talk about. Can you backflip? No, I can't. How to learn stuff? You just do it, man. I mean, I started when in middle school, and there's no one to help me out. I just Googled things, and I slowly started learning things from that. And then here's the thing, like, that works, and that's going to get you to places, but there's also like the element of meeting other people who are trying to do the same thing you're doing or have done the things you're already doing. So a good thing is like going to game jams, because that's going to be a place filled with people of usually more experience than you that you can learn from and get experience from. You can ask questions and maybe even get job opportunities and stuff like that from it. That's what I did very early on as well, and that proved to be very beneficial for me. And then even within college, I was very much attached to the game development scene and learned a lot from the people there. And if you can, get yourself a mentor. Okay. So we get an angle here in degrees from this. This is left. This is left. This is a counterclockwise one. In fact, let's indicate that. Next, we have right, which is going to be, again, in this value, if it's 350, we're going to do 350 or 360 minus 350 and make it negative. So this would be 360 minus this and make it negative. I'm pretty sure you can do it the other way around, like get that and then we avoid the sign, but I want to make this is more consistent with how I'm thinking about it logically. So we have this, and then float theta is going to be equal to the one with a smaller magnitude. So if math or absolute value of other theta dot left is smaller than, or actually no, we're not going to do that. We're going to apply these computations, because really what we're looking for is just the change between these two values. So smaller, having the one that's smaller is not necessarily the best, because if the player is at over here at 340 or something, then you actually want to have, they're both going to be large magnitude. So you don't want to change this to be the smaller magnitude value. Instead, you want to get the difference between these two that is smallest. So we actually want to apply this after the fact. So we have this one, we have this one, and then we have delta theta left, delta theta right, which is going to be using the right calculation, and then delta theta is going to be equal to the one that's smaller in magnitude, not in terms of sign. If you do a value smaller, then like any negative value would beat any of the positive values. We don't want to do that. We want to do math abs delta theta left. So if delta theta left is less than that math dot abs of delta theta right, then we're going to use delta theta left. Otherwise, we're going to use delta theta, or my bad, left. And that's the delta theta values we're going to be using here. With, what do you mean false? Oh, because this is both the same thing. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. So we have our expression here. If theta left is smaller in magnitude than right, we're going to use left, otherwise right. Cool. And then that's the value we use here. Okay, let's see if this hopefully reduces the crazy spinning effect. Anyone who's watching, if you have photosensitivity, I would look away for a minute in case this bugs out in a way that I don't expect and causes some crazy flashing effects. And I'll let you know once I'm done with testing and we can move on and you can look back at the screen, hopefully. He's not focused on chat right now. Yeah, I'm not. Sorry, guys. Yeah, min function is not going to work, Ryan. It's not going to work. That's not accounting. Min doesn't account for magnitude. It counts just for absolute value, and we're not looking for smaller based off absolute value. We're looking for, yeah, in terms of absolute, in terms of the actual value itself, but we're looking for min in terms of distance and magnitude. Okay, so far so good. I still don't know why this, like when we pass through here, yeah, it's like it throws us through. So that's not good. We're getting knocked back a little bit though, so that's nice. Okay, so that one seems to be working. Oh, nope, we're still getting a crazy... Okay, sorry guys. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, stop. 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 Okay, I need to find the angle where this is happening. Or if I want to be like a band-aid solution, we could just set like a max value for this. Where you just get, in fact, we can even prevent this from happening. And still, because it's not going to produce what we want to. It's going to use, ultimately what we want for this angular velocity is the sine. Sine. And then we're going to have some, we have the sine of this. And then we're going to multiply that by some kind of fixed knockback speed so that now we can't, now we're not going to be just thrown arbitrarily fast. Now we have a set maximum speed for the velocity so that we're not going to get that crazy kind of effect. And we also should add invincibility for the player so that once you get knocked back the first time, there's a period of time where you're not able to be hit. Okay, we're gonna try this. Again, if any people with photosensitivity, please look away for right now. We're still doing some weird stuff. Okay. Okay. So now the thing that only matters is really the direction, not the magnitude of the offset, which is cool. And in fact, if we were doing that before, we kind of could have actually, no, we wouldn't have stuck with it. So I want to see in what angle does it have, because here it's like, it's doing a thing where you can't go through it. But there's certain angles where it just pushes you through, and that's bad. No. Okay. I might try increasing the velocity a little bit more. Is this actually just working? Because I'm not getting any of those, no, that's too optimistic. There's no way that fixed it. At least in my mind, that shouldn't have fixed it. This bug would still be persistent. Or maybe it's apparent because like the velocity is, yeah, okay, here we go. The velocity is slowing down, but the direction is still wrong. So here, okay, so let's speed this up a little bit. Let's do like 12 or 20 degrees. To insert 6, 7, no, we're not doing that, Ryan. About an automated, no, stop asking that, dude. Seriously. In your codes, you can add enemy power-ups. Pocket, that's the goal, man. There's so many ideas I have already for this. But no, we're going to do architectural stuff today. Yeah, here we go. You see, like now we're being pushed in. Like, yeah, there's a noticeable change, but the actual direction is still incorrect. So let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what exactly is going on here. And let's kind of see what the values are and then crunch the maths. Crunch the maths here. So we have this. I was also kind of hoping that it was like maybe a wrong collider because we're using a quad, but no, it's a sphere collider. So let's look at, we're also using local space position now that I think about, or no, are we using world space rotation? No, but we're using position, so it doesn't matter. So we have this. In fact, we have this, which is like the rotation of the current player. And then we have this sphere. So we don't have a rotation. We have to actually use this position. And this is kind of sucks because the position, this is showing the local space position, not the world space position. But I believe that's fine because this is actually the world space position because this matrix is an affine or identity matrix. So this should essentially be world space. So we have our position of negative. In fact, let's just write this down. Let's write this down. Position is 45. Oh, this is not world space position though because we're rotating. And yeah, there's no way this would be. Yeah. So this is still. So this is the position we're looking at actually, but this is not the world space position. Okay, we're gonna have to encounter this bug again. We have to print out the values so we can actually work with this. So yeah, let's print out the values here. Good old debug. Other position. And then we can kind of work out the math and see why things are going awry. Player. Player position. Which is going to be transform dot. Oh! You know what's probably happening? This component isn't attached to... Oh, I have a hunch for why this is the case. This component is oriented at... This is the wrong position we're giving it. We're giving it transform.position X for this component. But if you look, this component is at the center, and the actual player that we see is actually over here in this child object. So we shouldn't be using this transform. We're supposed to be using this transform. That is the problem. That is the problem we're encountering here. So the position deltas we're using are incorrect. We're supposed to be using, do we have a reference to that? Player object, there we go. We're supposed to be using the player object transform. So maybe I'm hoping that's the case. That's the bug. But if not, then we have to do some math. Player object. Where else are we using the transform? Delta x, delta theta. Set player object at position at x. But no, that's not going to matter. That's not going to matter, and I'm telling you why this is not going to matter. Because current angle is explicitly set. So that might matter for like the position, the delta position stuff. It's not going to matter for the angular stuff. Dang it. I thought we had it, but we didn't. We've actually kind of bypassed it. So again, we're going to have to do some math. And actually, it's a bit easier because now we're not... Let's just print out a bunch of information. Player object dot position, and then player object dot position, other left angle, and we're going to do left angle, data left, other right, other theta right, and then player angle. And that's just be current angle. So now we have this significant amount of data to work with, and we can start assessing what's going on here. At the very least, the X offset should be better now, but the X rotation should be... What? What are you talking about? Okay, re-import. Yeah, reload domain. Okay, we're gonna run it, and then as soon as we encounter the bug, we're gonna look at the log and see what is going on here. Okay, so that was weird straight off the bat. Straight off the bat, that was weird. So what data are we working with here? What is the data we got going on here? So we have other position is this. Other player position is this. Other left is 39 degrees, 0.39 degrees. Other was negative 59 degrees. And then the player angle is 15 degrees. We should also look at the output angle as well, like the calculated angle, or the calculated difference. Yeah, so let's actually add more information for us to work with. Result. We should save this to the very end. Or actually, no, we have it here. Delta theta. Okay. It's going to complete domain. Let me catch up on chat real quick. C++, no. No, I have a game engine I've been working on in C++, but honestly, I just want to work on... I think I want to rewrite it to work in C. I actually enjoy working in C more than C++ in a weird way. Okay, so We have weird interactions when coming from above, and that looks correct. Not correct. It looks incorrect. In fact, we got two different. Okay, let's try getting one. So we have this one. Okay. So what is the result we have going on here? So we have. Let's copy this and paste this somewhere, so I can work on it in a more comfortable fashion. So we have this. This. We have player angle, and then we have the result. So, okay, let's take a look at this. So we have, this is a position where they're encountering each other. Okay, makes sense. So the left one is 360. That's meaning that they're very close to the origin, which makes sense starting out, right? Because they're starting at a 0 degree, the player. So anything close to that would potentially cause that if they're under the player. So, cool. So the delta between them would either be 360 or 0.78. Obviously, that's not great. We didn't calculate the current angle, did we? No, we have the current angle. The current angle is negative 32. So, and this is in negative values. Why is this positive? That's interesting. This is wrapping around. I'm noticing, actually. This is not enforcing dual coverage. Okay, so that's a potential issue here. But no, we should be using this value anyways. Yeah, no matter what, we should be getting this value. This like 0.785 decimal value. So, okay. And then what's the math here? Okay, the player angle is negative 32 already. So the result is negative 33. So the player is negative over here, and this is going to be almost at 1. And if we're going from the enemy to the player, then yeah, that should indeed be a negative value, so it's gonna be a slightly more negative. Okay. Oh, but you know what? You know what? The distance from this, no, that's the correct distance. If we do the math. And what happens here? Are we applying things correctly? We get the sine from this delta theta and then our own. Okay, so the sine should be correct. Now keep in mind, this is the case where we entered from the top, hit this, and it moved us down. So I wonder if we have this like oriented wrong. There's some rotation offset. This is weird, man. Welcome to number 3, 10 rings. You're actually number 1. You went from negative to 3 to 1. Let's go. Your crown. You have your crown now. I was good at math to be able to do stuff like this. I'm struggling right now, Jaguar. I'm fighting for my life. Things are going wrong. I don't know why they're going wrong. We're just going to see what happens, man. Oh, what's up, Melon? It's good to see you, man. No, we're not using JavaScript. How chill Cozy is in his voice. Thank you, 10 rings. I'm glad you enjoy it. What are we making? I'll show you what we're making. We're making some bad games. We have this movement But we're trying to have collision where if you hit this, it knocks you back in the opposite direction. But my angular math is wrong. Or maybe my math isn't wrong, but maybe application is wrong. Either way, something is going awry here. Where if I enter from the top, it goes down like that. But if I go from the bottom, it's actually, like right or bottom is fine. If I go from the left, how does that work? Left is fine. So it's literally just from the top. See? It just kind of pushes me forward. So there's like a weird thing happening with rotations from a certain angle. In this case, it'll be like a negative or a positive rotation value. That's odd. Yeah, it's like very weird. Very, very weird. And this is one of the logs I'm looking at to kind of understand what is even going on here. No, we're not using ChatGPT. We don't do that here. Is it going to be retro-styled? Early systems were great. I mean, it should be very flexible. I mean, it's going to be working on Android and stuff. Like, we're targeting, you know, like PC and Android. No, dude. Pocket. See, here's the thing, right? We're not going to do this because every stream this happens. I'm not using ChatGPT. We're not using AI. We actually want to get good and actually build some basic not basic understanding, some deeper understanding about this kind of stuff. You lose that when you use AI. We don't do that here. No, I already have it calculated. Like the understanding of like the math that's going on here is largely there. But there's one little assumption about how I'm setting things up that's just not quite right. But it's close. Also, I want to change our velocity. Because this doesn't feel great. I think I want this to be more extreme. We shall see. I think I might put this in the back burner though, and I start implementing the other architectural stuff for the engine, like the scriptable object system in this registry. Yeah, let's make it more violent. Twice. Maybe we can like have a specific function for the knockback calculation. Like we can add some properties to this hull where it's not only just like how durable it is, but maybe have some weight values to it where that might be a cool idea actually, where there's not only just HP, but there's also weight, which is going to indicate how much does knockback actually affect you. That's actually kind of a cool idea. I'm kind of surprised how much we can add to this and how not crazy it was to implement some of this. Like, I think treating this almost kind of similar to just it's like a car engine or like a game where you can tune it up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we have to deal with that. Okay, here it doesn't. Here this actually works fine from the above. And the bottom, yeah, so it's only one side. Alright, I'm gonna have to do something with this. I think I'm gonna make it like I'm gonna modify the shader to actually display the angles we're currently on. Because right now I have no reference point for angle. So I wanna have I'm gonna even add some debug displays so we can actually see everything going on here. Because I think right now the thing that's kind of hampering debugging is just context and information about the state of the game. So I think we need to add just more mechanisms of debugging or of logging the current value. Yeah. Okay. We'll put a pin on this for now. Let's add the actual state transition, because I just want to have a basic game loop going on right now, and we haven't done that yet. So let's do the final thing here, where in our take damage method, where's our method? Here we go, receive damage. And then if, we also have to apply our HP change, don't we? Yeah, oh no, we do already, so hull health. So if health is less than or equal to 0, we're gonna do the simple thing of just saying, hey, application dot instance, no, not Unity application, my application. Instance, go to state garage. Cool. Sweet. And then, yeah, we'll just work from there. What's going on here? Earlier, but whatever. Okay, Mike. I have VODs, dog. Like, you can search up me using ChatGPT. Find the video or VOD when I do that, dude. The one time I did that was for a gag for the chat thing where I said, hey, let's just, you want to see how, I forgot what it was. There's like the gag was that I was writing the task management app, and then, and someone else was asking about that. I was like, all right, let's see what ChatGPT generates. And then we generated, ran it, and then I was like, that just looks like garbage. This is why we're writing our thing from the ground up. We're writing it ourselves. I think that's the only time on stream I've actually used ChatGPT, and it was for a gag. The laughing is getting louder. What's going on, Melon? Nah, Sasha. Nah, we work. I've eaten a little bit of cereal. Go with AI, the more spaghetti. Well, it's not only that, dude. It's like, if you're doing something very specific and bespoke, the more you deviate from the normal, like, the less AI actually helps you, and more becomes of a liability. What's going on? Watching like 24 hours ago, but it seems like you came a long way. Keep up, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, Daryl. It's come together, man. We're getting there little by little. I think what we're gonna do, as far as our little critical development path is going, yeah, let's get the garage going. Just get a scene with the garage, and that lets us enter back into the gameplay state. It's gonna be super simple for right now, just so we can start having this game loop emerge. Yeah, I think we just have to start placing just the basic parts, the basic building blocks of this application state flow, so that, in fact, did I even add it here? Where's the scenes? Garage, let's just duplicate the garage and add shop. And then, of course, I think we have to do the build settings to make sure we have everything added there. Which, by the way, sorry if my camera went out. I'm not sure how long it was out for. I just noticed it right now on the camera. My bad, guys. Add open scenes. Can I not add? How do you add more? Garage. Old keyboard, I'm just giving it a break. I want to have like my space here so I can draw with my tablet. Yeah, I forgot how you do this. I know there's like a way to add additional scenes. Build settings. There's adding open scenes, but... Okay, let's resize this window a little bit. Oh, I'm not allowed to resize it to be smaller? Thank you, Unity. Thank you. Yeah, I always ask myself, hey, how many things do I have that I just take for granted and enjoy? Let's get rid of some of that stuff. Okay, we're just gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna add it to the build settings. Add open scene. We're gonna go here to the shop. And then add open scenes. Thank you. Now we're good. Now we can go back to level. Actually, we're gonna go to garage. We're gonna add like a simple button that just says, hey, when you press this, you're gonna go to the next place. First, we have to have application as well, because we want to be able to enter the application state from anywhere. Application, and then a simple UI, I don't know, button that says go to level. Nope, we're not using TextMesh Pro. Or maybe I should just use TextMesh Pro. I don't know, I want to have more bespoke typography for this game. We have to do the localizable text so we can have different releases for different countries. That's a whole different thing. Yeah, we'll deal with the localizable text system later. Yeah, simple go to. I'll make a script just called go to. Your purpose is just to go to. You're gonna have a reference to a button. Literally just button. You're gonna have a public application state. That's a state we want to go to or target. And then on button, we're gonna add on click as observable. I love UniRX. Subscribe. Add to this. And we're gonna just do application, instance, go to state, and then it's gonna be target. No. There we go. And of course, it's a lambda expression. Cool. Start, and that's all she wrote. There's gonna be a button that takes us to and from, or to wherever we want to go to. In this case, it's going to be our level state. So that when you die, you just get brought back here, and that's gonna be all fun and dandy. And add button here. Add button there. Target is going to be level. And nice. So we go, hopefully it's as simple as I go here, we press play, I press button, and then we go into the game. We go into game. I don't see the button. Where button? Do you really? Import TMP Essentials. Get out of here. Let me catch up and chat to you guys. Did you take some days off, or did you just wake up so earlier so you can program before work? Yeah, that's what I ended up doing. I woke up early and just programmed before work. That wasn't intentional. I just woke up early and I was like, you know what? We can just do some game deving, you know? We could just game dev. We could just do the thing. So that's what I did. We did yesterday was 4 hours of coding, and then straight to work after that. Okay. So play. Hello, Melon. Why is AI that unreliable for this type of coding? Because the more, keep in mind, AI, yeah, we get to go to our level state, and our materials are broken. But that's okay, I didn't assign any materials. Here's the thing. When it comes to defining specifications for an application, normal natural language is really inefficient. It just really is. It just naturally is. English is not a precise language. Maybe other languages have higher density or more conciseness, but even then there's things that are just not very easy to describe through text specifically, where it's just easier just to do the thing yourself. So like, a lot of times it's just easier and faster just to make the thing happen and encode it yourself than trying to coerce an AI to do it for you. And then there's the added issue where the more weird or specific you're trying to do, or the more of a specific and not common thing that you're trying to do in code, the less AI helps you, because it's trained just on it's trained on like the most large, how should I say this? It's trained on a large aggregate of things, and the things that have the most prevalence are the things that are kind of in the middle of this bell curve of like, you know, complexity, right? So the more in the weeds you get and the more specific, the more it can fall apart and just doesn't help you out. And then even in terms of just simple integration, like using Copilot and stuff like that, there's honestly times where I end up losing a lot of times. Like in a short term, it seems very fast, but then there's bugs that get introduced. And it's not because you had the wrong idea. It's because the thing that it generated was fast enough, or it was close enough that you thought it was what you had in mind, but it actually, you know, did some little hallucinations in there. And all of a sudden, all the times you saved on that, you get lost debugging an issue because you think you did things one way, and so you're looking at other potential causes, but in actuality, there's another thing that got added without you knowing about it. So it's just easier. It's just simpler and easier just to do the thing directly. And even for like learning stuff, like I think it's actually very. Oh wait, I was supposed to be testing the damage thing. I need to get hit a bunch of times to see if I get sent back to the garage. I don't know how many times I have to get hit for this to happen. I feel like we're already past. I feel like we should be dead already. So let's check the state of the player. And this is not up for, like, I'm not going to debate this, dude. This is what I feel. Not even feel, this is what I've experienced, and this is my perception and understanding of it. Like, I have the whole AI command for a reason. And we talk about this so much, and it always comes up each stream. And I kind of don't want to just ignore it, but at the same time, like, I'm just, you know, you just get tired of talking about it. I just want to make the thing, dude. I just want to make the game. I just want to code the thing. And that's it, dude. Where's the player? Player, here we go. Does it show your HP? Whole health is negative 90. So we should have gone already to the, we should have gone to the garage by this point already. So that means we haven't. That means something has gone critically awry. And we have a thing here, if whole health is negative 0. Do we have any console error logs? No console error logs. So whole health was for sure next. Do I have some other value that I'm using by accident somewhere? Also, let's make this not serialized, but rather, because I think, no, it doesn't matter. Even if it started out as 0, it'd still just trigger the thing. So it can't. That's not the issue. The issue is probably at this application state. I didn't add something here. So application state, we're currently at. Oh, we never set the values, do we? We never do. That would be the issue. So state equals target. Okay, there we go. And now we should actually, it should just work. What are you talking about? Have you seen not clean structures? This looks kind of cool, not gonna lie. I'm glad you dig it, man. What's up? Hi, developer. Hello, developer. Okay, we're in here. Okay, let's die a bunch. Come on. Put me out of my misery. Send me back to the Shadowlands. Or I mean the garage, really. Come on. Come on. Okay, we should definitely be... I feel like we should be done at this... Not done, but... Oh, did my code... It didn't compile my code. Okay. Never mind. Any competent coder can see how trash the code is. What code are you talking about? Hey, dude, what's up? For the machine, not for humans. So on top of having buggy code, you have terrible optimized architected code. Yeah, that's a whole thing too. There's just so much, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't want to devolve to insulting, so I'm not going to do that. So I don't think that's productive, and I don't think that's not even the point either. Either way, it's not like, dude, we're just doing something for fun and cool and creative here, guys. Or at least, maybe not creative, but I think it's cool, and I enjoy this, and I enjoy the craft of doing code good. AI's usage, that's a whole thing. If yeah, that's your prerogative, by all means. But here, we just don't do that, and that's chill. So why is this not... Because I feel we're already at negative values and this is not happening. So maybe I'm not calling the function either. Maybe I'm not calling the function. Where's our HP at? Yeah, negative 340. Yeah, so, okay. So let's look at what's going on here. So we're at the state of what? We're in the level, I'm assuming, and we're trying to go back to the garage, the garage. So that function should be there. So let's add a breakpoint. Let's just see what's going on here. Let's just see what's going on. Debug. Yes, enable for this session. Let's press play. I'm using Rider and I'm using Grovebox. Grovebox Dark, I think. Thank you, Shorm T. Day of my life as a web dev and as Azure cloud engineer. Interesting. Hey, it's a very different. It's a very different space. That's for sure. Yeah, I haven't done back-end engineering in a long time, and even then, it was never to. It was always a very small scale thing. But yeah, there's so much that goes on there. Okay, so this triggers this. Let's walk through what goes on here. So we go to state, we walk over, the target is garage, okay. Oh, no. Actually, that's weird. So this is saying state, if we're entering this switch statement, it's saying that state is currently at garage. The target is garage, but it's also saying that our current state is garage as well. So that makes me think, and that's why it's returning, because it's not throwing an exception, which we need to throw the exception as well at some point. So it makes me believe that we haven't set our state to target. And I'm wondering why that's the case. In fact, let's look what happens at the very beginning when we let's see what we're working with at the very beginning, because I'm kind of curious as to what state we're currently at, because we didn't set it explicitly. So I'm assuming it's going to garage, because that's going to be the 0 value. So let's actually trace this code. So let's just imagine the very beginning, we're in state garage, and we want to go to level. That's the state we're requesting to go to. So you go to here, level, go to, and it breaks, doesn't return, so it means that the remainder of this function gets executed, and state should be set to our target state, which is, again, level. So let me actually walk through the initial state transition. Hey, what's going on, KPX? Do you sleep? I do sleep. It's my sleep schedule is very weird lately. It's not good. No, I respect how you do their code sucks. Vim has never failed me once. Yep. Feels way better now. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, I changed the there's been a lot of weird, I'm still experimenting with it, but the camera has been something I'm trying to fine tune a bit more. But I think it also just feels better because now we have the shader that's giving you more context as to where you're at positionally. So our target is level, and we're going from the garage. We go to here, we do go level, it's gonna load. We break from here, and then we set state to target. Good. And then we continue on our way. We're here now. Now let's actually verify something. The current application that exists, what state do you have? Oh, dang. Oh, no, it does. Okay, so properties are serialized. It's in level currently. Good. Good, good, good. So if we die a bunch, just die a bunch. Come on. Here we go. Our target is garage. See, this is what I'm confused by. I'm very confused because if we get verified that our level state is set to level, so when we enter the switch statement, we should be going here, not here. That should not be where we go to. So either the value is being overwritten somewhere, which I doubt. There's something weird with the handoff of the application state object singleton. That can also be weird. Or, it's kind of the two options I can see here. Let's look though. So we have this, and the state is currently set to garage. So state is currently garage. So that's odd. So okay, either the state's being overridden or our singleton is actually taken over the old instance as opposed to just dying. The way we have it set up here is that if this is equal to null, if it's not null, that means we destroy ourselves because there's a pre-existing application state that exists and we're not needed. Otherwise, we assign it to this and then make it a don't destroy and unload. So this should be doing the thing I have it in mind. This happens on start as well. Oh, I wonder if on start is called on loading. Like if level loads invoke this at all. Like I wonder if I change this to be on awake, if that changes anything. If not, though, I want to see if there's any... There's no assignments. We just made this right now, so there should be no assignments whatsoever to this state. Yeah. Okay, let's just try it. What's going on here? Oh, I love this and love the monitor. Thank you, Bartholomew. But they're probably asleep right now. Trust me, I've been here the past streams. The topic, but frustration, a bit of anger. Yeah, seriously. Okay, dude, Pocket. Either stop talking about it, or you're gonna get timed out, dude. That's just what we're gonna do. When your HP becomes 0, that's from checking. Actually, I'm not pulling for that. But it's happening on the invocation. And the only thing that can modify state is the application, because assignment is a private property. So we're gonna run it. Oh, is this are we yeah, we're stopped here. We're walking through this change. We're stepping through this. Target. Go to level, break, state equals target. We're assigning this value here. I should check that hash to see if it's a different instance as well. Okay, we go here. Bop, 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 bop. Come on. I should make it just die instantly, actually. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. There we go. Okay, and then what's the value of this? State is still garage. Interesting. Okay, let's step over. Yeah. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna take you up on this idea. Either there's an assignment, or this instance of application here is just bugging stuff out. And that's just what's going on here. Normal. In fact, I wonder if I get rid of this component. No, not this component. Let's go to the level state. I'm curious. Because if this is an issue due to how I implemented the singleton, then that's going to be solved by just removing this in level state. So where's application? Yeah, we can remove this. And we can go back to garage. So if it's an issue due to the singleton, this should solve it. If it's not, there's something weirder going on here. Okay, we go here and it's fine. Doot, 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 doot. So it's an issue with the singleton. Okay. Problem solved. It was an issue with the singleton. Now we need to fix that because I like the idea of being able to just enter any part of the application and the application state will be there. So this cannot be. This cannot be. We need to rectify this and understand why this is not behaving the way I have it set in my brain. At the very least, we have this reference here from Messy Mansion, and I know the way my application flow state works is correct. Oh, we didn't do a return. That's it. So we destroyed it, but destroying it does not stop the execution of this function. So the function continues forward, and it overwrites the it overwrites this. and then we set don't destroy on load. So, okay, that was the issue here. That was literally the issue. Okay, easy. Start always create a new instance, maybe, so your properties might be overridden. Yep, there we found it, Morty. Almost 20 minutes before I got it solved. Yeah, that happens. So sweet. Let me add the application component back onto this in level. Application component. We're going to add a level as well. And then, no, not, whoopsie. We have to make this application. Okay. And then, I think I might change this from being a property. I like the enforcement that nothing externally can overwrite this. Maybe you can set like, I don't know. Maybe you can do a scene management thing to set the current state, because it can be an error state if we use the incorrect thing. There's only 3 places we can be in the application right now for as simple as it's going to be, so I think it's fine. I think we can keep it very easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Thank you, Morty. Yeah, I can play it right now. In fact, we're going to have to test it right now to make sure this works. This early return fixes it. Here you go. Ooh, actually we have to go to garage. The garage. The garage. Shall we enter the garage, everyone? No! Did I change something? Oh, I didn't change the thing. Ah. Lighting game. Application. Do you have multiple application structure? Game board, game board. Wait, do we have like 2? Wait, why is this existing? Why is the game board like, what is going? I'm confused. Why do I have it organized like this? Or was that by accident? Stop doing this to me. Ubuntu or Unity. Let me click and drag, dog. Thank you. Get rid of this application. Yeah, there's some transform information. Does this play fine? If I were to just press play. Oh, thank you, Paris. Okay, so this is working still. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we can add the application component back on this. And it should be good. In case I ever want to start from here and still have access to this data, it's fine. And then this should be saved. I don't trust. Okay, I did Control S, but I don't trust it. Garage. Cool. And we get press play, and then it's gonna start. Okay, so now we have to start. I think I'm gonna start doing the scriptable object organization and start making some modules for the game, like a registry for all the different engine parts and everything, so we can start having. Oh, my bad. Sorry if the camera went out, guys. My bad. I'm not hearing the click sound it makes for some reason anymore. So I have to look at the screen to see if it happens. Okay. Yeah, dude. This is already feeling cool without any kind of polish, without any kind of animation states, nothing. So when we start adding the particle effects and the animations for the character movement and everything and adding that game feel, oh, brother, this is going to be fantastic. I'm so excited, dude. We also have to add the indicators, the off-screen indicators, but One thing at a time, right? One thing at a time. Okay, let me commit my changes first, because we did a lot. Application flow. Okay, and that should push the repository. Perfect. And so now let's start actually implementing these features. So I'm just gonna make a folder called, or maybe make this part of application. I don't know, I like having a flat, I don't like having deeply nested folder structures. So I think I'm gonna make things very shallow. So we can have like, I don't know, the parts, or the bike config. And we can start making the basic things like, hey, we're gonna make the scriptable object for engine part. Okay, and this is gonna be a scriptable object. Scriptable object. Yeah, we're not do that. And then I forgot, what's a create asset menu, I believe. That was the attribute. Yep. And then file name is going to be, I don't know, engine. And then menu name is, I don't know, parts, engine. I think that should work. So there's none of this anymore, and instead we're gonna be migrating. We're gonna be migrating a lot of the stuff I have here in the player script into there. So yeah, here we go. So like the max speed and acceleration profile are gonna be the two major things we put into there. And then of course we're gonna have some like texture for the icon we're gonna show in the menus. So menu icon. We're also gonna have a texture to showcase in-game visuals or in-game sprite. So not only does it have these gameplay information there, it's also gonna have this other stuff. I might try to. We can't do multiple scriptable objects within one place. That sucks. And then maybe like we have to have a name for it as well. I should look at real car parts but like for engines you have specs. Like I don't know, maybe I should check to see if there's some kind of name, but usually think about it in terms of specs. Like if you look at an engine, the things you're looking at is like, all right, how many pistons is it, you know? What kind of layout is it? Is it V? Is it a boxer? Whatever, right? Like that's the kind of stuff you're looking for. So in our in our imaginary world, like what are we gonna do for these kind of types of engines? How do you what kind of pseudo tech thing do you want to have to this or add to it to inform our terminology? Yeah, I'm using Vimotions. Melon's back from vacation. Clean F. Thanks, Sasha. As a mental machine, we're getting through it. What do you do for work? I've always thought game development was awesome, but I've never invested into it. I've only learned the basics in college for databases development through C#, Java, SQL. I don't do game development for my day job. My day job is adjacent to it, though, so I work with a lot of the same tools and languages that I do for my games, but it's not a game application job. I kind of keeping it that way because I like my game development to be just for fun. At least currently. Maybe that'll change eventually, or I'd want to have some money come from that. Or hopefully with this game I can, at least get a couple pennies, hopefully cover the basic costs of running the stuff we do here at Cozy Cabin Games, but that's about it. But yeah, it's largely for fun, man. Here, guys. Here's if you want to get some information about my setup and system, there's a command with all the different stuff you can find there. Are you a hug human being? I like hugging. Hugging is very important to me. I like hugging the people I care for. Stuff for let's go, Morty. Now get that bag. Get that bag. Get that work done, did. Get that contribution to society going. Engine. Yeah, we're gonna rename that to engine. And then I'm gonna work right now too. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. C#. We're gonna make brakes. And then we're gonna have another script for, I guess, chips. Create. And before I even do more stuff, let me see if I can create, if this works actually. So we have parts, we have engine, and it just creates the, completing domain. And it creates a new engine. Cool. And okay, yeah, there we go. So it shows our menu icon, the name, and then we can actually set the acceleration profile here, which is pretty cool. I'm actually very happy with that. And then our max speed. Perfect. So we can configure all this stuff, and then we can load it directly into the player and let them use this information. Pretty sick. Rooted for you. Thank you, Panning. I have zero clue about coding. I just started Googling, and I started Googling when I was in middle school, and you start getting some stuff. You start getting places. Well, yeah, that's the gist of it. Okay, so we have this working as we desire. We have our chips. We have our brakes. Or maybe it's supposed to be AKS. I can't remember. In fact, we're just gonna yoink this here. And then this is going to be not engine, but you're going to be chips. In fact, I'm going to make a new line for this just to make it easier to view. And then this is going to be brakes. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to look this up. Maybe it's like the English versus European English thing where it's like, hey, there's just two different spellings but they mean the same thing. Okay, and then we're gonna go consult the player script here to get the information relevant for these. So for example, we have our brake and its information. So we're gonna attach that here and then make this a scriptable while we're at it. And then get rid of this stuff. Chips, I don't have too much ideas of what we're gonna do there, but that's fine. For the engine, maybe I will show something visually in game for the brakes as well. I have a basic item scriptable system I could have used as well that uses like GeoIDs for generating IDs for these objects, but honestly, I think that might be more the complexity than it's worth. I don't know. Okay, so we have this, It's all scriptables. Cool. Chips, haven't thought too much about it, but we have these basic common headers that are probably going to be accessible there, so we can keep that there. Maybe I might add like a interface just to have these common properties so that we can have like a general header rendering system for UI displays, but then we can add the specific stuff here. I'm excited for this, for the engine curve, because we're gonna write a shader for displaying the curve on a texture, which means we're gonna have to take this animation curve and convert it into a formal function, mathematical function, and then we can use that within our image fragment shader. That's gonna be fun. I can't wait to do that. We have to like figure out how to decompose this into like I think it's like a hermetic function, a hermetic Bezier function. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool to do that. So we can have like a nice, cool visual display for the player of like, hey, this is the engine and its characteristics, and that's the thing you have to work with. So not only do we have this, we have to make a system. I'm gonna make a system. We have to have a way of loading all this up. So we have to like have a folder and have everything be loaded in there. The simplest way is just to make it a number system, but I like having some kind of names so I can just know what this type of engine this is just at a glance. Having it be just numbers and then doing resource.load on that number sounds dumb. I need to think of how I want to go about doing this, though. I need to think about how we're going to go about doing this. The other option is just having like one scriptable object that contains the whole directory of these guys, and then load that. And then whenever any of these are necessary, we can just load it from the name that's provided there, so that these things are known at compile time or runtime. Yeah, I think that's we're gonna do something like that. It's gonna be something like that. Something very simple. Yeah, in fact, it might be as simple like making another script and call it like parts registry, and then have it set, and from there we can build everything out. And then like we don't have to do this complex thing because we just use the index that's in there. Though I don't want to make that too loosey-goosey, because then the index, if we change the index, it could break stuff. Yeah, definitely, Sasha. Here you go, Sasha. In fact, I'm not sure why I didn't do that sooner. Where are you in chat? Where are you at? Here we go. Yeah, add as moderator. I like how hide user and add as a moderator are so close to each other in the UI. There we go. You are knighted now. Break to destroy. Thank you, Scoville. That's actually good that you brought that up, because now is a very easy time to do these kind of refactors. Thank you. Okay, so we have our breaks here. Perfect. Break effectiveness, break fade. We can add documentation as well so I can better understand how this works. Needs to be iterative if you want to use weighted handles, by the way. For the animation curve, we're using, because there is that thing where you have multiple frames, so it would be weird. We'd have to have some kind of set limit for it if we're going to be passing this into the GPU side of things, because we have to have like it's easier to just to move fixed arrays of data to there. So I don't want to think about things in terms of But I think for the engine curve, I don't want to make it too complex or weird either. I think having 2 frames, one for the initial and end, would be enough for what we need. And then that's enough flexibility to kind of create the different types of engine characteristics you want to have for this game. Yes, I have, actually. In fact, you know what? We'll do this real quick. Let me go into 4. But there's a game engine project I've been working on the side. I'm going to rewrite this in C, though, because I've been writing stuff in C, and it's actually been very fun, and I actually enjoy just designing and architecting in that, in the way that C does things. So I'm probably going to rewrite this. But yeah, this is the basic look at the engine, and I mean, it's very rough because I've been so wrapped up with other game projects, but it's meant to be very oriented around using Vim motions. So as you can see, I can move the cursor around, and I can move objects around space here without having to use a mouse, and then I can start placing things, and I can switch between different assets. So for me as a level designer, it becomes very easy to just design things in a workflow that I'm familiar with. And then, you know, if I want to place things in the foreground, I can just do that. There's more things I need to work with, and there's other things I want to try incorporating, like there's a C library for tweaking values on runtime. But yeah, like this is the gist of it. So yeah, just using basic OpenGL, and then everything's like, you know, written by ourselves. But yeah, that's the engine project. We'll see though what happens. Whether I continue it, rewrite it to be in C, we'll see what happens. So is it possible to stick unweighted? What do you mean unweighted? Because like with the animation curves, really all you're dealing with is like you have your 2 frames that have like your start and end values, and then you have like the tangent for in and tangent for out, or tangent for out and tangent for in, and that's going to be informing the rest of the curve that happens. So that's like all you really need to do that. I mean, where you make the handles stretch in Unity to make them weighted control points, if you use the Hermit algorithm, it's not analytical anymore, it becomes numerical. Okay, so this is a learning opportunity for me, because what do you mean, what's the distinction between mathematical versus numerical? And I'm asking just like because I actually do want to know, because I don't know. And how are you going to learn if you don't ask questions, right? Also nice, I have a long abandoned project of this very thing. I'm GUI and Vulkan for Vim Motions up engine. Let's go, Sasha. Gosh, man. I feel like a kindred spirit. Yeah, Vulkan too. That's pretty nutty. I would like to use Vulkan. It's just that the fact that I try to target WebGL as well just limits things, but there's this whole web GPU thing that's coming around as well, this new graphics API that's meant to be much more powerful and meant to work everywhere. So I don't know what to do, man. Do I try to be graphics API agnostic and write my own abstraction, and then we can swap out whatever graphics API that's underlying a lot of the basic stuff? Or do we do a thing where, hey, we're just going to fully commit to one API for whatever reason, whether it be web GPU or maybe even OpenGL, and because we're not doing anything too crazy? But I don't know. I have some thoughts. Because on the other hand, like, it's part of this whole ethos is I want to have control, right? And part of having control is having control, and OpenGL doesn't afford that kind of control, and Vulkan definitely affords that kind of control. So I can do the type of things I want to do. So many questions. So many different questions. I guess I could still do Vulkan, and if I want to do WebGL instead of web GPU, we can transpile that. There's got to be converters for it. That wouldn't be that crazy. Analytical means you can calculate it immediately. Numerical means you need to iterate to getting closer and closer to. No, so I want, okay, that's a great distinction. So yeah, I want it to be analytical. I want it to be analytical because this data, we're passing it into the GPU and the fragment shader. And if you're doing stuff in the fragment shader, it's done in parallel without any outside serial information. I mean, I guess you could do it. You can assess the whole thing within the per fragment function, and that's fine. It's probably not even that complicated, but I guess it's not that intensive, but I'd prefer it to be analytical, where I just plug in a function value and then get a function value or get a value out, which is why I wanted to try to make a formal value for it. But you're saying that the hermetic function wouldn't allow for it to be analytical, but rather numerical. If so, that kind of sucks. In which case, either you bite the bullet and just let it rock and then see if, or maybe you try to use some other type of number modeling stuff, other way of modeling the weights within the animation curve in Unity. If they're unweighted, it's fine. So let's dig into this a little bit further, right? Because let me show you what I'm currently doing. Because I'm not sure what you mean by weighted. What I'm doing is I have like, okay, please work with me. We have the acceleration profile. Work with me. And it's gonna have some kind of value like this. And oh my goodness, you're killing me, dude. The fact that just hovering off like changes it kills me every time. So when you say, wait, are you talking about affecting the tangents? Like the in-out tangents? Because if so, I do need to make it weighted. That's how I'm going to get the different kind of curves for this performance. Okay, no. Yeah. Or are you talking about changing like magnitude or something? Also, I may have to add an additional, I think I am already doing that, adding an additional constraint in the middle as well. So it'd actually be 3 frames. What's up, Miss Kohana? On a similar retro setup as well. Just saw your stream and I wanted to let you know that inspires me. Heck yeah, man. And I'm glad to hear there's other people who are doing this, man. We can revive this kind of setup. What you're doing so far is fine. Okay, cool. The tangent weight, right click and make them stretchable. Oh, okay. So if I you said a right click and make them stretchable, but it's only allowing me to add key. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this should be fine though. I'm not changing the magnitude. I'm not sure how to change the magnitude actually. I'm trying to, but it's not letting me. Yes. On the point it gives a drop down. Okay. You see like, oh my goodness, Unity. Ah, okay, I see. And then weighted. Ah, okay. And this is what's gonna break stuff, where you have to do it iteratively. That's what you're saying? Okay, so I think we should be good then. Okay, sweet. Thanks. That's actually good to know. In fact, maybe I should have some code, like some enforcement. Because in Unity, this data has to be available, right? Like you can access the frames of an animation curve and check this kind of values, I imagine. It has to be encoded somewhere in there. So maybe I can add a warning as well for myself where on runtime, if it detects any of these guys, any of these frames within any of the animation curves are using weighted tangents, that it goes, hey, this is not going to work. You should fix this whatever scriptable object. Yeah, I think that's okay. That'll be a good enforcement then. Sweet. Okay, so what we're gonna do is create a new script, and it's gonna be called parts registry. Parts registry. It's gonna be a scriptable object. And actually, we're gonna need the system collection stuff because I think we're gonna be doing some collections here, some lists, I think. And again, we're gonna go over here, yoink this asset menu. There should only be one. I don't think we're gonna have multiple different types of parts menu, unless like we have certain constraints where like maybe different types of engines have different, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Parts registry. And scriptable object, and we're just gonna contain public list of engine, call it engines, effect, brakes, so on and so forth. And we use the index here for serializing and lookup. Engine, brakes, and, or maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we have like a separate ID for these so that this order doesn't matter. Gosh, the GUID thing is seeming more and more. Oh my goodness, we're probably gonna end up doing that. Chips. I hate it. We're gonna do this, but this is why we wrote it too. So this is actually good. This means that like what I wrote was actually not just arbitrary, but actually important. So CC scriptable item. No, not renderer. Scriptable item. Perfect. And what this does is it provides an item that has a ID and some basic stuff like names, descriptions, whatever that is common. And it provides a custom UI for myself to generate or modify the GUIDs. And also do like any other additional changes. So that's like the big thing about the CC scriptable item class. That's the benefit it affords us. Gosh, I can't believe I'm actually using this after so long. CC scriptable items. It's like the things I wrote isn't actually garbage, but actually useful. Who'd have thought? So that now we can reorder this as much as we want to, and it doesn't matter. We can remove stuff potentially. Index order is not going to matter. The GUID is all that matters. So for on the point, it gives a drop down. Yeah, don't use those. Yep. Thank you. What game are you making? I'll show you guys the game. It's playable right now. Adds a lot to the ambience. Thank you, man. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into how we work with this, and I'm even thinking about doing some additional stuff, like having some light bulbs hang from the ceiling instead of having this, or maybe have it in tangent. I don't know. Glad to hear it, HD. Yeah, I do have a Twitch account. I just don't stream on it. Yeah, this is the game we're working on. So day 3 or day 4 actually of making this. Not so bad. And we're already like laying down the general architecture of how data is going to be handled and saved, and I think it's going to be pretty straightforward and simple. It's actually making me rethink the game, the architecture for my dev kit a bit, just to simplify it, make it less crazy and object-oriented, and just make it good in general. Or at least easier to work with in general. But yeah. Alright guys, we've been going for like 3 hours and 59 minutes. And we died, and we get to go back to the garage. So our game application loop is working correctly. This is Mark. This is good news. Mark, this is good news. Okay, so the game is coming together way. Like the skeleton is starting to take shape, which is making me very happy. I think I want to start working on the shop and the currency stuff, and we'll figure out all the rest of the business here, guys. And with the skybox, I mean, we're gonna have some type of thing like this in the background. Right now, we're just focused on mechanics. That's presentation. The aesthetics and presentation, that's coming. I'm fighting my urges. That's gonna be coming last, and we're focusing on just getting the core functionality of the game in. But yeah, that stuff I'm aware of. I agree. This needs to be changed. But for now, we're working with this as is. What'd you ask me, Miss Kohana? Ask me because I want to listen while you do stuff on my phone, make it easier. Maybe I should. So here's the thing, like, Ray. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll go back to streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. I've avoided Twitch because I was like, I don't like how they do things, and the main concern I have is not even about that, right? It's the fact that we're gonna have two different chats separate from each other. And if you want to bridge it, I would have to add a new thing to my overlay to display the chats from a combined chats from everyone, which is going to add extra junk. Not junk, but it's going to add more clutter to the space we have on the stream overlay. So, I don't know, maybe we allow it and it's fine, and two populations just don't know of each other's existence, or add like a simple thing to show like, hey, a little thing of chat. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I also want to figure out Restream's API. And maybe use that to like make my own custom chat box thing so it feels more interactive. But I'm going to be reviving the other stream overlay, the dynamic Cozy Cabin Games themed stream overlay at some point. So we'll figure that out at some point. I'm saying some point a lot. Either way, guys, let me commit the changes we have so far, because we've gotten a lot done today on this game. And it feels like we're actually going to have a finished product that I can put out and sell, and you guys can hopefully buy it. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is actually really exciting. Especially because I was feeling super stuck with Messy Mansion with how complicated that game was becoming. Infra. I'm sorry, am I just mistyping this over and over again? But yeah, if there's demand, I'm fine with restreaming back to Twitch again. Well, we'll get into that. I basically saved all my components from e-waste and reused them. Yeah, dude, home labbing is fun, and definitely, I need to do more home labbing. There's more things I want to try making. Especially because I go to like vintage festivals and I find a bunch of old cool hardware. And it's fun to kind of give them some new life. If you're on both and have to add shared chat box, you might have to go back to horizontal to alleviate the clutter. That's what I'm thinking. But horizontal, I don't think it's going to do as well on YouTube. I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. Maybe I just have two machines streaming two different overlays to two different accounts. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. I'll think about this. Either way, though, it's Cozy Cat. Anuska? I was thinking about you the other day. I was like, oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Anuska in chat before. It's good to see you. I mean, it sucks that you know, I'm ending stream right now, but into Origin. I feel that simple words like Origin turn into Origin so fast. Yeah, the game is just a simple. The general idea of the game is I'm remaking. In fact, here we go. I have a command for this game. It's a remake of an old game I made 5 years ago called Fight and Flight. And there's a link to the old version that's playable. But yeah, it's a 3-lane game. And it's pretty simple, but it was, you know, pretty polished, I think. And 5 years have passed. I feel like I'm a better developer now, and I think we can do way more within the same amount of time it took to make that game. Keep in mind, that game took like a month to make. So, yeah, I'm trying to make a version of that that's better in 3 weeks. And we're in day 4, and I think we have a lot of cool stuff here. And we're adding some more complex systems, like the ability to actually upgrade your bike, swap out your engine, change brakes, things of that kind of nature, and even add some cool abilities to it. So, yeah, that's the game we're making. I'm not sure if I'm going to call it Fight and Flight again, or if we're going to name it something else. I'm still debating names for the game. If you're in the Discord, feel free to recommend ideas too, but yeah, I'm thinking of what to name this. But yeah, it's a very different game, but still weirdly kind of similar in presentation almost, but yeah, we'll see. So randomly, I do stream very randomly. Even though I say I stream Wednesday, Fridays, I stream at very weird and odd hours. Looks so cozy. Thank you, Simon. Well, if you want to play it, I'm gonna be doing some playtesting hopefully in the Discord this weekend. I'm aiming for this weekend to have something playable and usable. It's gonna be rough, but I just want to see if the core gameplay itself is fun. If the core game loop is fun, and if it's fun, then we can polish it. If it's fun but it has flaws, we can fix those flaws. Either way, I want to make something that's much more polished. So, yeah. We're gonna start day 4 of 3 weeks. I think we can get something good that we were happy and proud with. Like Aether Drift. I've never heard that game, but I'll check it out, cowboy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to make this game with you guys, and thank you for providing company as I work through this. Yeah, of course, there's the Discord if you want to see much more of what's going on, or if you have questions about making games in general. And of course, you want to follow all the socials. CozyCabinGames.com is where you can find all that information. And yeah, I think this is concluding day 4. So thank you guys for the company, and as always, until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.